you?
I'm doing well.
Yep, somewhere,
chair?
no, it doesn't matter any of the
chair?
So,
So you're gonna carry that on through? I think I'm for you.
excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'm for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Now, I actually read the bill, so. What are you trying to change on?
nothing. I'm here to present it.
Oh, no, no. Yeah. Go ahead. There was something that I wanted to stick in there, and it would be germane, I wanted to put in a requirement that no funds from ready sack can be used to pay the salaries and benefits of any federal employee who is committed a felony or has been put on leave for sexual harassment.
Interesting.
You know, you got a gal that stole $100,000 worth of equipment from EVA, and they didn't fire her. They're on paid leave. She admitted it. So, well, sorry. Our guys would have voted for it. I'm like, we may look at that again, but I'm not sure it should be made public.
Yep.
Everything revolves around. I think she's about to get fired. They're about to make her walk the plank. Especially if Hillary loses.
So, yeah. Right. Time to move on there. Yeah.
I need to get with, I'm gonna ask Kathy McMorris Rogers to convene a meeting of all the southern members. Paul has asked me to look at taking the Confederate flag off the table for these guys. So I've got some ideas and talked to some other guys.
But it is webcast.
There's something else. Clears the deck.
Seems like we're all
Rules will come to order, and thank you very much. Committee would come to order, and before we go any further, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman for an awesome announcement.
And I do thank you for letting me make an awesome announcement. We are delighted to say on the Democrat side that our staff director, Don Sessions, that we let go over to the White House for a little while. We have retrieved him, and we're going. I know everybody's happy to see him because he's one of the nicest people in the world. He knows rules up one side and down the other, and we're very proud of him, and he should stand up so that people back there can see who we're talking about. He's from upstate New York, but don't hold that against him. So we're happy to say that Don is back with us. We are very fond of him and love him very much. Thank you. But I should say also that Miles, who left us for a new job and a new life, is also missed as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Louise. Don, we're delighted that you're back. The confidence that we had in Miles, the working ability, not only from Mr. Halpern's perspective, but your side and ours, we gain it. We have the same confidence in you and know we will gain and benefit from your time. I also want to publicly state that at the time that Don was at the White House, Don helped, in my opinion, to have discussion that took place at the White House, not only about what we stood for together, but sometimes just our own individual things of trying to push better relationships. And I think Don was integral to that and served the President of the United States well.
I think everybody understands that he served that not as a partisan in any way, simply wanting to help the liaison that exists between the White House and Congress.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I know you turned in your badge with them, but welcome to us. Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, if I may, before we start.
Yes, ma'am.
Given the meeting you all had this morning, we feel like we'd like to make an opening statement, if I may.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank you. Mr. Chairman, before I address today's business, I need to say a few things about the announcement you made this morning. You announced that you will impose structured rules on the appropriations process going forward. You are shutting out the voice of half of this country. I would remind you of the promises you and your leadership made during the election when you were convincing the country to put you in charge of the House, and again after the election when you took over. On receiving the gavel, Speaker Boehner said that, quote, openness will be the new standard, end quote. He also said, quote, regular order always works best, end quote. When Speaker Ryan took over the gavel less than 9 months ago, he said that the House is broken and that we should open up the process, let the people participate. We need to return to regular order. I know this sounds like process, but it is actually a matter of principle. When we do not follow regular order, we're not doing our job, end quote. I agree with both speakers that they were absolutely right and very sound statements that they made. But, Mr. Chairman, closing down the appropriations process because Republicans cannot accept the House working its will on some amendments means, as Speaker Ryan said, you're not doing your job. And it's inconsistent with your party's promises. Choosing the Defense Appropriations Bill to close down the process last minute is an especially inappropriate decision. The short turnaround with a deadline on this 172-page bill will put considerable strain on members and staff and drafters in the Office of the Legislative Counsel. This is one of the bills that most requires our thoughtful consideration, where it is most important to put the interest of our country before politics. And I also want to say for the record how disappointed and saddened I am that your need to shut down the appropriations process on the floor is largely about protecting discrimination against the LGBT community, just as much as it is about the continuing inability of the House to function under Republican leadership. In a session where nothing is getting done with one House bills, we had a rare bipartisan vote to support an amendment that protected people's civil rights, and Republicans took down the entire bill. As Appropriations Ranking Member Loy has noted, the Republican appropriations bills are written with all sorts of divisive and ideological writers already in them before they come to the rules and then to the floor. And then the Republicans amend the bill on the floor to add more destructive amendments. And when Democrats offer one amendment to protect the civil rights of the LGBT community, a majority of the House votes to support it. It goes into the bill, and then in a turnaround, the Republicans vote to kill their own bill. You have already let the most extreme obstructionist elements of your party kill your budget, and now you're letting them control the appropriations process because they disagree with the bipartisan majority of their colleagues over a civil rights issue. Do you ever wonder why Congress has 11% approval rating? This is very much like what happened last year when Republicans were afraid to vote on the amendments concerning the Confederate battle flag. And let's also keep in mind that this year, while Donald Trump continues his racist tirade against Judge Curiel and Americans of Mexican heritage, House Republicans plan to require the use of the term illegal alien at the Library of Congress. Let me say that part again. From now on, after this bill passes, the Library of Congress will be forced, under all circumstances, to use the term illegal alien. We are now telling them what they can say. It is shameful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Slaughter, thank you very much. I'm going to take just a second and offer perhaps my thoughts and ideas. You and I do need, yes, ma'am. You and I and the other community members do need to have a working relationship where we look at each other and work with each other and try and trust each other. I've tried my darndest over the last couple of years to try and be fair as many times as I possibly could, and sometimes doing it in a way that that would lend to better friendships also. In fact, what has happened is no stranger. We know what happened on the floor. We tried to go through a process. There were convening ideas, and some of what happened was no one's fault, and some of it was just a matter of the success of the timing. Our members, some half of them are 3 terms or less. Most of them have never seen regular order. They've never seen what were really the things which some of us have witnessed for years about understanding processes and procedures. Staffs are equally new. And in fairness, I offered an explanation which I felt like to be true on the floor the other day when I engaged with Mr. Hoyer. Our members actually did not know what issue they were voting on.
They just voted no?
No. They voted what they thought was one issue that they found out was something else. It was not in writing. It was not on anybody's scorecard. The staffs had not been primed on it. And it was just something that's allowed under an open process. It was allowed. The facts of the case are we've then seen a few days later where the reality is that I'm gathering that most members of your parties will not be supporting our appropriations bills. And even with the stunning victory, most people, I think all but 7 Democrats voted against the bill. And there was a belief that perhaps we could move forward together and try and do that. And that's not going to work that way. So, in the fairness that I would like to extend myself, I would say to you, I'm not for poison pills on either side. And I think the gentlewoman knows that I am attempting to deal with some poison pills that might be considered by some Republicans, and I'm not allowing those. And I'm probably not going to allow some poison pills or would work vigorously with the committee on their instructions of how we would vote on poison pills for friends that are Democrats. What we have an obligation to do is to successfully move forward, not just move forward. And so in fairness, and I hope I can look at our appropriators, I would look at the chairman of the Democrat National Committee right in the eye and tell her that I intend to be fair about this process. This committee intends to be fair as possible as we can about this process. Yesterday, we were fair, giving Mr. Polis what might be a rather difficult issue for some people. We believed in doing that, and it's an amendment that he'll be on the floor doing. We've given Mr. McGovern sometimes I do admit he had to ask a little bit, but we've given Mr. McGovern in the past some opportunities too. We try to help people through processes, but I do not find in my leadership abilities as chairman of the Rules Committee where I would recommend to my committee that we would allow us to go in, debate issues, take votes, only to see that poison pills are there. We don't actually know, not always all the substance, to see it go down. My job is not to worry about my batting average. I'm not worried about my batting average. But I am about trying to do the things that will allow us to effectively do our job. And our job is more important in that endeavor. So all I'm trying to say is, in my opinion, if I were looking at the chairman of the Democrat National Committee, the ranking Democratic National Committee, or the ranking member, I would say to you that I think that I will treat both of these where they are poison pills fairly.
May I respond to that?
I fully expect you to. Gentlewoman's recommendation.
I think all of us who serve up here know that you strive very hard to be nice and fair, but consistently tell us that you do what you are allowed to do, basically.
Well, there's some
Which
truth to that.
is totally contradictory to what both the last speakers have said they want to do here. So we're not blaming you for it precisely because we think it is a party position. And let me say something about the poison pill thing. You know that our leader has been more than happy and has said all along, in fact, we have done so, that if you have votes, you don't have votes that you need to pass a bill that would move the country forward and doesn't discriminate against people, and that we think is a good bill, we are more than happy to provide the
Then
votes.
what happened just 10 days ago?
Because when you talk about that as being, because we thought that what you had done was outrageous to put that up and have your side go down on that vote to lose it. Because, let me say this. The reason to say that an LGBT bill, which basically is just a civil rights bill, is a poison pill, is absolutely offensive. If you're trying to stop taxpayer-funded discrimination, which is what the bill did, is if you can say that's a poison pill and that you don't want to, it's certainly, I hate to say this, but I don't see how I can avoid it, given the circumstances under which we're living right now, that it sounds very much like your presidential candidate.
Well,
And I would surely not ever put you into that
Yes, ma'am.
category.
But in fact,
And wouldn't want to
in
think that you want
fairness,
to.
You know, in fairness, we don't move the lines around here, but we apply our logic as we choose. But I believe in issues such as this,
As LGBT,
well, the issue.
that's
of-
what the issue was.
Well, I think it's fair to say there should be a hearing. We should know what it is we're voting on. We should be able to understand it. And most members, if not all, should be able to understand what the issue is.
You understand it passed, so that
But
the
you see-
majority of the people on the floor,
But you see that-
Republican and Democrat, voted for
But
it.
you see, there are about
The
three
amendment
issues.
passed.
The
The
bill didn't pass
amendment
because-
passed.
The amendment passed, but the Democrats voted against the bill. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Why did you vote against the victory?
Mr. Chairman?
I am open.
Go ahead.
No, let me just make one point. First of all, I oftentimes vote for amendments to bills that I vote against on final passage because the amendment deals with one specific matter, and the bill may deal with a whole bunch of other matters. Some of us had problems with the larger bill that went beyond the issue of just what that amendment addressed. The other thing I would point out is you guys control everything around here. You have all the votes. You can do whatever you want to do.
And do.
And you do. And so
Yeah.
the deal
And you
the
do.
deal is right. But the deal is if you think an amendment is a poison pill, you guys could all vote against it. Now the issue also is if by accident if members of the Republican Party go to the floor and don't know what they're voting on and vote for something that they really if they thought about it, would have voted against it, you always have the right to have a revote. I mean, there's nothing that prevents that. So I
Protected
guess
all
the
over
point
the
we're just trying to
place.
make is that we have so few rights around here, at least give us the right to be able to offer amendments that are germane to appropriations bills and let us be able to debate them. And if a majority agrees with us, then they can vote, then we win. And if a majority doesn't, which is most of the time because you control the majority of votes, fine, but don't take away our right to be heard on the House floor. That's all we're saying.
And the point that I want.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. I do get your point, and you may point directly at me and this committee, and we are going to do our dead level best, because not everybody that's necessarily on this committee completely agrees with everything. As a matter of fact, I had some Republicans who ask a lot of questions. But I think it's a fair standard.
About what?
About whether they would be withheld from having their voice being heard.
Well, no, because they're
So it's not-
Republicans.
Well, but.
Look, this is the point that I tried to make
And
with the
this
whole
is the
thing.
point I'm trying to make.
By
I will be
taking
fair.
away-
We will be fair in this committee.
There's nothing fair about what you said is under what was always an open rule process, where we could get up on the floor, strike the requisite number of words,
always been
and
an
do an
open
amendment.
process.
That's over now.
Always been an open process.
I don't know how many years it goes back, but most of the time I've been here.
Would the gentleman yield? Gentleman yield?
Would yield.
Well, just quickly, and I say this as somebody that has some concerns about this, quite frankly, because I like open rule process. I'll just be honest with you. But I do remind my friends, you had structured rules on every appropriations bill when you were in the majority. Every one. I do remind my friends when Obamacare came up here, I think there were 80 Republican amendments offered. Not a single one was made in order. But on the approach bills.
And that's even
this
if the bill was
precedent
brought
wa-
forward.
This precedent was really set by our friends
But-
who decided when they were in the
As
majority,
we
they would have
started,
a
you
structured
recall,
rule. You had a-
what we started off was that Speaker Boehner first and Speaker Ryan said, we're not going to do that anymore. That when we do that, we're not doing our job. And we said, okay, fine, let's have open rules here. Sometimes we did that. Sometimes everybody's done that all the time. So you
No,
can't
no,
necessarily use
Not
that.
all the
as a
time.
reason.
Not all the time.
No, we didn't do it all the
respect,
time.
Yes, you did. You did it
No,
on
we
every
didn't.
appropriations bill.
No,
You did.
no. The whole 110th Congress, all of it, was open rules.
Well,
Would the
Yes,
gentlewoman
you are.
yield? Would the gentlewoman?
I believe I have the
Oh, it's your-
time, and
your time.
I would defer to the gentleman.
Thank you. Would just like to ask the chairman if he remembers during the 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010 period, on just specifically the ledge branch appropriations, my understanding was there were only 2 appropriations during that period. 2 of them were in omnibus bills. Do you know how many amendments were made in order in the 2 bills that did come? And by the way, they were both structured rules. It was only 2 amendments during that period.
So in other words.
So,
So you didn't
you know,
mean what
I guess you're
said.
saying, do as you say, not as you do.
No, we're saying do as Boehner and Ryan said.
Okay.
They're in charge.
I would say you're saying, do as you say, not
No,
as you
not
do.
us.
I yield back, Mr.
We want to
Chairman.
do what the speakers have said.
Okay, so I now get it. We're going to now worry about what Speaker Boehner said and what Speaker Ryan said, and so I will just admit to you right now, I'm the one that went to Speaker Ryan. It is I. I went to Speaker Ryan myself, just me.
What for? And what did you
Because
do?
what did I do? I
You
didn't-
told him that you didn't want any more open
No, I
rules on
told him that I
appropriations
thought we
bills?
should consider that what would happen if we're not careful is we have groups of members that do not want to see us pass any appropriations bill and abdicate our responsibility as members of Congress. That I have seen several things happen already this Congress that I disagreed with. And I believe we should be forced to do our job and should be forced to work to where we effectively get our job done. And so
Let
I
me
will
respond to
accept-
that a minute, because
I
you-
will accept this, but I'm just telling you, it is
All
I.
right. But you did say a while ago that you heard that Democrats were going to vote against the appropriations bills.
I
Let
simply
me
said there
assure
was
you, and I
evidence
think
to
every other
suggest that I
Democrat
felt
in
like
this
it
room
was
is,
true.
that we vote the way we want to vote, and nobody has ever said
Mr.
to me, I
Chairman.
expect you to
I
vote
think you're
against
entitled to do that.
appropriations bills. Fine, but
Mr.
you're,
Chairman,
Gentleman's right now.
if you would yield, my memory is that legislative appropriations have always been under structured rules. But
you're always on.
I and Ms. Slaughter and you have been, and Mr. McGovern have been here longer than most members, and I've had the good fortune of being in the majority on other occasions other than the ones mentioned by more recent members being here. I've been here at times when Bill Young was up all night long allowing for votes to be had. I was here when Mr. Natcher did virtually.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course I will.
You think that's going to change?
No, because I think that we are in a deadlocked position, and until most of us either die, retire, or lose our elections, the group that are here now are hell-bent on dysfunction. And they don't mean it that way. It is that it turns out that way. We can't get anything done. The essence of what you are saying is that we may as well tell our members, go home. Your views don't count. And I remind you all that we, in the last election, received more votes than Republicans did. It is redistricting that allows you in the final analysis to be in the majority, and that is the way of the world. But in the final analysis, please, don't put us in the position of saying to our overall membership that your ideas don't count. And that's basically what it boils down to. And then I'll make one final comment, of course I will, Mr. Chairman.
I think you know that what I have said here is I would expect the vast number of amendments to be made in order. The vast
All
number.
right.
And you know that,
All
Judge
right.
Hastings.
All right. Well,
And so you already just said you would still expect to be up at 3 in the morning.
Well-
And I would expect we'll be up at 3 in the morning too.
I hope you're correct.
So that is not blocking out whole wide groups of people. What I stated to you and publicly is that I believe where there is a poison pill on either side, I do not view that committees want those. They did not bring it. They're trying to get their job done. I respect Bill and Nita Lowy from Hal and Nita Lowy trying to get their job done. And it is true, we can sit up here and throw either apples or oranges or eggs or good ideas. I'm for the best ideas, and I
All right.
intend to make them available on a bipartisan basis. I have stated that, and I hope
Well,
that we will be able to see that as a thoughtful.
One
proof.
final thought there,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, and I thank you. If ensuring basic civil rights to contractors is a poison pill, I would ask, have you considered that the reason these amendments are embarrassing to you is perhaps because your position is in and of itself embarrassing? And I just offer that to remind you that, you know, we can go forward as you require, as Mr. McGovern said. But I, for one, hold out that we would be better served on both sides and for this institution if we were to be operating in appropriations under an open process. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let me respond back to the gentleman. He and I are friends. We will try and continue to be friends. I do not believe that the position that I hold is embarrassing because you don't know what my position is.
Well, you call it a poison pill.
No, what I said is as poison pills come up, I could have been in reference to the flag. I could have been referenced to any number of other things. What I'm in reference to is poison pills.
But, Mr. Chairman, you then
sir-
are going to define what a
Sir-
poison pill is, and it may not, I may like that poison that you don't
All I'm
like.
suggesting is you already went to what you thought the poison pill was. As a matter of fact, as you know, I try and find accommodation almost everything I touch. I try and find accommodation for things to work, and the gentleman knows that. So I do not believe I hold an embarrassing
All
position.
right, well,
I
under
don't
this,
think that's fair to characterize.
under
my
this
position.
rule, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give you a chance to prove it, because I have an amendment that's going to talk about our failure to pass a cost of living adjustment for members. So I'm pretty sure I'll get everybody's attention.
Well,
Thank you.
I guarantee you, I would be for the amendment, and I went down and tried to work the floor with a couple of people and found out they're not for it, and I'm sorry. And I believe we're going to end up in a bad position real soon if we're not there already. Thank you very much. Okay, does any other member seek to amplify our debate and discussion we're trying to have? And if not, gentleman from Colorado.
Well, I would just point out, I think, and I caught the tail end of the discussion, it sounds like people are addressing the amendment by our colleague, Sean Patrick Maloney, which passed the House.
There might be several. There's also one that deals with the flag, which has been very controversial, and the
Yes.
flags continue, as well as some others That would be correct.
And I think the one in particular from Sean Patrick Maloney was essentially the same from a legal perspective as one that was successfully introduced by Scott Peters in last year's appropriations process, was integrated into a bill and didn't cause any problems. So whatever problems we're experiencing here are not in fact due to the Sean Patrick Maloney amendment, because it's already been in appropriations bills that have passed fairly overwhelmingly. So it's maybe they don't like the name of the sponsor this year, but other than the name of the sponsor, and of course there's some differences in the way it's worded, but it's the same legally. It has already been part of appropriations bills that have passed this body overwhelmingly.
Thank you very
That
much.
particular amendment.
Further discussion. Don, welcome to the committee. Good afternoon. Today, the Rules Committee will consider H.R. 5325, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of 2017, and H.R. 5278, the Puerto Rico Oversight Management Economic Stability Act. H.R. 5235 funds all operations of the United States House of Representatives, U.S. Capitol Complex operations, Capitol Police, Congressional Budget Office, and other agencies associated with the daily business of providing goods and services to the American people through the House of Representatives. By providing funding for the House of Representatives, every taxpayer benefits from the continued work, and I believe even our work up here in the presence of Congress as it strives to enact legislation designed to improve our economy, protect our nation, promote freedom, and to serve those things necessary by the United States Constitution. In all, funding for the House of Representatives has been reduced by 14% since Republicans gained control in January of 2011. I commend the Appropriations Committee for their hard work and stewardship on this issue. The Rules Committee will also consider H.R. 5278, the Puerto Rico Oversight Management and Economic Stability Act. This timely legislation establishes an oversight board to assist the government of Puerto Rico, including instructions in managing its future finances. The Puerto Rican government has amassed over $118 billion in debt, and in my opinion, is incapable of fulfilling basic services to its citizens as quality of life worsens for all the citizens of Puerto Rico. No taxpayer money is used to pay Puerto Rico's debt or otherwise in the bailout that the territory has under this legislation. The underlying goal of this bill is to bring solvency to Puerto Rico, build a foundation for future growth, and ensure the island regains access to capital markets. A lot of work and careful negotiation, including several weeks' worth of public negotiations and public dialogue, have been crafted in this legislation. I want to commend the Natural Resources Committee under the leadership of the former Rules Committee member, Rob Bishop, who's now the chairman, for steering this legislation to the floor and ensuring the legislation comes to us at no cost to taxpayers. I obviously would like to welcome our first panel, Chairman Tom Graves from Georgia, my dear friend, and Congresswoman Schultz, who is here. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. We look forward to your testimony. Without any objection, we will allow whatever you brought to be in writing and to be on the record. We will now begin that process. Does the gentlewoman seek to discuss this issue? The gentlewoman does not seek time. Thank you very much, Chairman Graves. Welcome. I'm delighted that you're here. If you'll please make sure that green light is on. If you'll move that microphone close to you. We've got a full house in here. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and might I note, you have always been fair, and I know that the process before us will continue to be so. In fact, for those that are not associated with the Appropriations Committee, let me point out that we, by far, are the most transparent, inclusive committee of member requests. In fact, we have an open platform process where all members of the House, Republican and Democrat, are well aware that their staff and themselves can submit online any idea or amendment request or submission to the Appropriations Committee, and it will be considered. In fact, most are in some way adopted through the process. In addition to that, we have subcommittee hearings, we have full committee hearings, as well as the Rules Committee hearing before you today. So in no way are members' voices being silenced. In fact, Ledge Branch, being the smallest of all appropriations bills, has had 220 submissions by members of the House of Representatives, of which many were already included, Republican and Democrat alike. So As we debate the process moving forward, let me tell you, my constituents just are expecting us to get our job done, and I believe the process set forward will help us do that. Chairman Sessions, Ms. Slaughter, members of the committee, let me thank you for the opportunity to present to you, legislative branch, to testify about fiscal year 2017. The recommendation for this fiscal year provides for $3.5 billion for House operations, which is $153 million below the agency's requested levels. Now, over the course of all of our hearings and meetings with agency heads, the subcommittee has listened to all who presented their respective concerns and all their budget requests. We have worked in a bipartisan manner to make critical decisions and to prioritize each of these programs. Americans are sending hard-earned taxpayer dollars to Washington, and they deserve to know that they are being effectively spent. The subcommittee has taken that philosophy to heart, and we've made some very tough but workable choices that will allow our agencies to move forward in a very efficient manner. So I respectfully request that the committee grant a rule as requested by Chairman Rogers of Appropriations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. I will tell you that this is always a controversial bill. It's always one that a lot of members have an opportunity to express their ideas, as you suggest. I'm very proud of you. Chairwoman, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the opportunity to come before the Rules Committee. You and Chairwoman Slaughter, it's really good to see that.
We make it look easy,
the
don't we?
healthy debate, absolutely. I will just correct the chairman in
Which
that.
one?
This one, the one that chairs the legislative branch, Mr. Graves, that while we have an open and transparent process in appropriations inside the committee, making sure that members have an opportunity to offer amendments on the floor through an open rule is the traditional way that we run the appropriations process, with the exception of this bill.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that is quite different than all members having an opportunity to shape the way each appropriations bill moves forward. That having been said, I do appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the fiscal year 2017 legislative branch appropriations bill. As everyone knows, this bill hits close to home, and it should be analyzed by every member as it details the priorities of the institution in which we serve. This bill has the ability to improve the way Congress operates. It should be in the interest of both the majority and the minority to ensure the legislative branch of our government can attract and maintain the best and brightest minds in our country. This bill makes several critical investments in the legislative branch. One of those investments is in the Copyright Office, which was funded at a reasonable level to begin its modernization effort. The nation's copyright system should promote American commerce and not be a hindrance to it. And I think I speak for the chairman and myself when I say this subcommittee is dedicated to improving the services that that office provides. I'm also very pleased that the members' representational allowance, our MRA, would receive a much-needed 1.5% increase after an amendment offered by Representative Sam Farr was adopted in committee. Members on both sides of the aisle know that's not enough, given the cuts sustained in prior years, but it's a good start. Even after the Farr amendment was adopted, the MRA remains $97.3 million below fiscal year 2010 levels. This account is essential to improving the operation of Congress. Cuts here means securing fewer veterans' benefits for your constituents and hosting fewer town halls in your district. In short, it limits our ability to communicate with the people that we represent. I hope the small increase from the Farr amendment will be a catalyst for getting back to reasonable levels that allow us to serve the American people to our fullest ability. The chairman also made the correct decision to close out the Open World program in the bill. There are members on both sides of the aisle that support the mission of the program, but the chairman and I agree that it is not the right fit for the legislative branch bill. Open World would be more appropriately funded in the State Foreign Operations Appropriations Subcommittee bill. The House Historic Buildings Revitalization Trust Fund would also receive a modest increase of $7 million to $17 million from the $10 million funded in fiscal year 2016, and I appreciate the chairman's support for that. The trust fund is used to save for large-scale projects on the horizon. We were able to save close to $160 million through this account, which we used to start the Cannon building restoration. The more we can save now while we fund Cannon separately is less we'll have to appropriate in the future for Rayburn and Longworth when we start those restoration projects. And this is the smallest of the appropriations bills, so the impact is more significant when we have to have significant outlays. Although there are some positives in the bill, unfortunately, I'm unable to support it if it comes to the floor in this form, due to language in the report accompanying it. The report includes language that seeks to influence the Library of Congress's process to change its subject headings related to immigration. The library decided in March of this year to begin using the terms non-citizens and unauthorized immigration for cataloging purposes. We're talking the card catalog in the library. They did so after being petitioned by Dartmouth College in 2014, a petition that they initially turned down, and then again by the American Library Association earlier this year. In January of this year, the American Library Association, their national association, adopted a resolution calling on the Library of Congress to change their heading from illegal aliens to undocumented immigrants. The library did not adopt the term undocumented immigrants, but chose to begin to use the two phrases non-citizens and unauthorized immigration. These new subject headings are still in the process of being considered, as the public will have 30 days to comment on them. The fact that this process is ongoing makes the inclusion of report language even more problematic. How can the library be expected to go through a fair and open comment period with this language included in the appropriations bill? My side of the aisle could certainly have pushed to have the library reconsider its decision after the Dartmouth petition was turned down in 2014, because that's certainly a position that we support. And because many Democrats and Republicans believe that the term illegal aliens labels a group of people based on a misconception that an immigrant's presence in our nation is a criminal violation. But we allowed the process to work because the library is in the business of language and nomenclature and should be free to make these decisions without political interference. Let's be clear. This bill puts the Library of Congress front and center on one of our nation's most contentious and emotional political issues. There are several amendments, Mr. Chairman, filed, including by me, to allow the library's policy to stand on this issue, and that would negate the language that is included in this bill. If this report language remains and is not amended out, it will send a clear message to the library that their March decision to do away with the pejorative term illegal aliens is an unwelcome change. What repercussions will the library face if it stays the course and ignores the language in the report? Entering into an immigration debate on the legislative branch bill is a terrible precedent. If the majority is serious about passing appropriations bills and returning to regular order, which with structured rules on the other appropriations bills, it appears that they may not be, then this type of language should be saved for the authorizing committees. There is legislation filed to address this issue, and why we would put a debate on the ledge branch appropriations bill is beyond me. If the recent failure to pass the energy and water appropriations bill taught us anything, it was that it will take a bipartisan effort to pass appropriations bills. If the committee does move to provide a structured rule for consideration of this bill as is tradition, I ask that Democratic amendments be made in order, including mine as ranking member of the subcommittee. As a reminder, last year, only 3 amendments out of the 20 filed were made in order, and all 3, Mr. Chairman, were Republican amendments, even though 7 amendments were filed by Democrats. It is my deepest hope that this subcommittee can put the issue of immigration aside and focus on investing in this very body and our entire legislative branch. We are the beacon of democracy for the world. We should not be producing a legislative branch appropriations bill with partisan politics injected into it, because all that will result is showing the American people that we can't even get along when it comes to the most basic administrative decisions. I do not question that Chairman Graves is invested in having a product that most members can support, and I appreciate the majority of what the chairman has put in the product before us. However, we have a fundamental disagreement over what I consider and many members consider the politicization of the Library of Congress in order to perpetuate a misconception about immigrants in our country. That debate has no place in the legislative branch appropriations bill. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. We appreciate both of you not only taking time to be here with us today and your thoughtful observations, but also for the hard work that both of you have performed during the year, not only in oversight, but also making sure that you were prepared to be here today. And I want to thank you both very much. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate our colleagues being here today. I do have to respond to one thing that Ms. Wasserman Schultz said, that illegal alien is a pejorative term. It is what is in the statute. It is a term in the statute. And to ask to condone the Library of Congress to change the way it refers to people in opposition to the statute seems to me to be straight out of 1984, where we rewrite history and we rewrite the language. It is the term that we use to describe people who are here illegal. I don't think of it as a pejorative term. It's just the fact. It's the statute. And I think if we want our Library of Congress to do anything. It is to represent the facts and what exists. So, to say it is a pejorative term denies simply what is in the statute.
If I might respond, Mr. Chairman, because
If the gentlewoman please yield. I do not have the time. The gentlewoman has the time. The gentleman's.
if
controls
the
time.
gentlewoman
The
would yield, so I
The
yield.
gentlewoman will make a determination about questions that she chooses to ask at this committee, and I thank the gentlewoman. Mrs. Fox?
I'm really not asking a question.
I just
I'm
need to
making- I'm
correct the
sim-
record.
I'm simply making a statement that it is my understanding that the term illegal alien is in the
It is not in the
statute.
statute, Mr. Chairman. It is in the United States Code. That is quite different.
Okay, in the code then.
Well, that's
That
not what
is-
dictates
that's
what we
accurate.
call
That
the
is,
subject headings at the Library of Congress.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from New York, the ranking member of the
Thank
committee, is
you.
recognized.
And I thank you both. I think it's nice that you work nicely together. You can see that doesn't happen everywhere. But it does seem to me, though, in putting this bill together, that there were so many more things that of major importance than telling the Library of Congress what it can say. That seems to me to be nitpicking to the 10th degree. What do you think, Mr. Graves?
I think there's a difference of opinion.
You think that, you think it's that important?
We're not telling the Library of Congress what to say. If you
Really?
read the report language, it just says the Library of Congress must use terms that are consistent with U.S. code.
You don't
There's a
recommend
lot
what
of
it
words in
is?
the U.S. code, and they can choose.
Everything
which
that
word.
I've read about it indicates that this bill, should it pass, the Library of Congress is told that that's the term they need to use. Is that not
It
so?
is. If you read the report language, it says they must be consistent with U.S. code. That's all it says. Nowhere in report language does it use the term illegal alien, illegal immigrant,
yeah.
or tell them what terms to use. It just says they must be consistent with U.S. code. Now, if.
And that's, the U.S. code is the only place, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, where that is used as illegal alien?
That's my understanding,
correct?
and if the ranking member would yield, I would also say that the library used to also have the subject heading Negro, and subsequently changed that heading, among other pejorative terms that became outdated, in which we had moved on past those terms.
Well-
And that is the decision that the library has made through the recommendation of the American Library
Let
Association.
me say, it would seem to me if the only place that that term exists is in the code, and you are saying they have to be consistent with the code, you're telling them what they have to say.
Just saying they need to use terms consistent with the code because they are the Library of Congress. Congress is the body in which makes laws, so they should use search headings that are consistent with the laws that are made by Congress. I will point out that every member in this room is a member of Congress, and they can change the terms in U.S. code to fit the niche.
No, but it was just, the point that I was making, that you were specifically saying, and I think you are, if the code is the only place where that term is used. And you are requiring them to be consistent with that code, you are saying to them, this is a term you have to use, correct?
I think it's fair to say that the Library of Congress should use terms consistent with U.S. code versus terms preferred by Dartmouth College.
By whom?
Dartmouth College, and where
Dartmouth.
this came from.
I see, okay. Well, I don't know, there's so many things we need to be working on out there, serious issues. This one doesn't, I have something of a problem of always telling people what they can say and what they can't. It seems a little bit inconsistent to me with First Amendment, but I may be overreaching. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. I want to begin by noting these are two of my favorite members. I obviously don't have a lot of questions because I got to listen to them as they crafted the bill and moved it through the full committee. And Chairman has done a very good job. I would not say I agree with everything. He knows I have a different opinion of both of them on open world. But what I'm really proud of them both for, frankly, is the investment in the institution. I agree with my good friend, the ranking member, on the decision to bump up the staff thing. And that was a wise decision, a bipartisan decision by the committee. But our friend, Mr. Farr, is the person who offered the amendment, obviously, and deserves credit for doing it. It's a nice gift to leave to the institution on your way out as he's retiring after a wonderful career. I also always like to tip my hat to my friend, the ranking member. The first time I was on a subcommittee on approach, she was the chairman of this subcommittee. and then later I had the opportunity to chair with her as ranking member. We think she's basically tutored every Republican chairman on the legislature. Nobody knows more, frankly, about the institution or cares more deeply about it than my friend. I do want to reflect on one thing just quickly, and it's not to inject myself on either side on this particular debate we're having, but it's a larger point that I hope we reflect on a little bit more in all the appropriations bills. You know, my experience is the appropriations process is in the committee extremely open. Any member can offer any amendment. It really does move nicely. You do see occasions, you know, generally most people vote with their side. That's not a surprise, but you'll see things like the FAR amendment, which is different, or things like open rule, or open world, which has created unusual coalitions on both sides. And, you know, one of the big, and we certainly have our differences in the committee, but I do worry that the appropriations process in general, one of the reasons we're moving in the structured rule direction is we're injecting a lot of culture wars, in my opinion, in things that ought to be, frankly, you know, most of the debates that derail appropriations bills around here don't have much to do with the appropriations bill. They have something to do with some other cause or whatever, a political hot button issue. And the funding and the operation of the government, no matter which party's in charge, is a pretty important thing in and of itself. And I think when we focus on that, we just do a lot better. Again, I cast no stones on this. Both sides have been involved. I'm sure I've been involved in this sort of thing too. So it's not meant to, but I think we are in danger of losing the process. Yours is a case where this process has worked very well. It worked very well in committee, subcommittee. I know how well you both work together. I know how professional your staff is, and I know how much you both care about the institution, even when you have different points of view. So everything from extra money for Capitol Police, my friend has done some extraordinary work over her multiple roles on this committee in setting aside money so we could go ahead with the modernization of the Capitol and make the kinds of investments here that just simply the American people deserve to be made. So I want to commend both of you for the job that you've each done, how well you've worked together, and the sheer quality of the product that you've put before us. It's a very good bill. We can argue about these other things, but the bottom line, in terms of the institution, you both did an exceptional job in making sure that Congress operates well, that important functions are appropriately funded, and you did it in a tough budget. We're still living within a tough budget environment. So I'm just very proud to have the opportunity to serve with both of you, and very proud as a member here to see somebody that takes this kind of work so seriously and produces such a good product. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of the gentleman from Oklahoma. Thank you very much.
I thank you
Mr.
both.
McGovern.
I thank you both for being here, and quite frankly, I agree with the Library of Congress, and I hate the term illegal alien. I think it's a derogatory term. I don't think of human beings as illegal. I don't think of children who are fleeing violence as illegals. I hate that term, quite frankly, and I commend the Library of Congress for displaying, I think, appropriate sensitivity to the fact that it is a derogatory term. But be that as it may, I mean, I guess my question, Mr. Chairman, would be to you or to Mr. Graves, whether or not whether you consider Ms. Wasserman Schultz's amendments poison pills. Is this the kind of amendment that you were referring to in the beginning that you wanted to prevent from coming to the floor? Because I do think people feel strongly about it. Obviously, the majority feels strongly that that terrible term be enshrined, but others feel differently. Would this fall under the category of poison pill?
Yeah. What do you want? Which?
Well, anybody, either you or Mr. Grave. I don't know whether you think this is a poison pill amendment, and therefore it should not be made in order, or whether you agree that that the amendment ought to be made in order.
Well, I haven't, the gentleman's yielding.
Yeah,
I haven't read Ms. Wasserman Schultz's amendment, but I can tell you we had a very healthy and hearty debate in full committee over this topic, and it was debated very well by both sides of the aisle, and in a very tight vote as well. So we've already had this debate, and I would say that it's not a debate we shy away from. However, I mean, we should point out, though, that when it comes to the Library of Congress, we're talking about the Library of Congress. We're not telling them which terms to use. We're just asking them to be consistent with U.S.
Well,
code. Now,
we have a disagreement. All right, it's clear, we're not going to resolve that disagreement on whether that's an appropriate term or not. I guess I mean, you had a debate and a close vote in committee. Don't you think that the entire House ought to have that debate, and whether it's a close vote or it passes overwhelmingly or fails overwhelmingly? Don't you think we're entitled, those of us who are not on the Appropriations Committee, to be able to have, all I'm asking for you to do is say, yeah, I think my colleague should have the right to offer her amendment, and we ought to be able to debate it and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, I think each member of this committee is able to make that decision for themselves. What I'll point out, though, is that our language is in the report language, and so I'm not familiar with what her amendment is, but I have full confidence in this committee to make that decision for themselves.
Ms. Westman-Schultz?
My amendment, which failed by one vote in the Full Appropriations Committee, so certainly it would be indicative of there being a pretty close opinion, more generally, simply would remove the language from the report and have the legislative branch go clean without a politicized issue and not have the Congress become the word police for the Library of Congress.
And I think, in fact, because it was a close vote, that it ought to go before the full House, and I'm just trying to understand the new rules of the way we're going to work in this committee, and I'm just trying to figure out whether that your amendment, by the new definitions that are being proposed by the majority here, is a poison pill because it might pass. But anyway, we're going to offer your amendment if it's not made in order and ask for a vote, but we are 9-4 here, so if we can't get some consensus that there ought to be some openness when it comes to appropriations bills, even the legislative appropriations bills, then we're not going to get very far. But I thank you both for being here. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, does not seek time. The gentleman from Columbus, Ohio, the gentleman, Mr. Stivers, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman for his thoughtful approach on these appropriations bills. We have an obligation to govern, and I appreciate his thoughtful approach to look out for poison pill amendments on both sides, because there are folks who want to derail our process of appropriations, of keeping the government open for their own political gain on both ends of the political spectrum, and I appreciate a thoughtful approach here. I just have one question, and that's for the gentlelady from Florida. If your amendment is made in order, would you vote for the bill?
Yes.
If it's made in order, you'd vote for the bill regardless of whether it passes or not?
No, if I would ask that it be made in order. I would still remain opposed to it if it didn't pass, but I would respect the process.
So you would remain opposed if it was made in order and didn't pass, but if it was made in order and did pass, you would plan to vote for the bill?
Right, I would hope that you wouldn't be suggesting that a member be required to vote for something simply because an amendment had an opportunity to have a vote.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm asking if you would vote for, if you plan to vote for the bill if your amendment passes. I thought,
I do plan to vote for the bill if the amendment.
Thank you.
Forgive me. I do plan to vote for the bill if the amendment passes.
Thank you. That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Florida, Judge Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Let me ask either the chair or ranking member whether Legislative Council is receiving an increase in this particular offering or appropriation. Yeah, the people that we run to and get these amendments done overnight and that have stacks and stacks of them, that have too few employees and are underpaid and overworked.
Well, I will say that you'll find that most of the funding in this is flat funding, consistent with last year, with the exception of Architect of the Capitol and Capitol Police.
Understood. Then I would argue that they should receive an increase. I also would argue to members to be more considerate of that office when they're offering amendments that in many instances they know not to be germane and cause them to have to go through an extraordinary amount of work. I appreciate both of you, and since you have operated in a bipartisan manner to bring a good product to us, my question to you, and not meant as any.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
I have a correction. In fact, they do get an increase of about 7%.
Yippee. Okay, I'll take that, and
I'll
I'm
take
sure
that as a
they
supportive
will.
vote for the bill, too.
They need it. That was not my particular big issue. My big issue is we are entering year 9 in 2017, according to this measure, that will allow for no cost of living increase for members of Congress. So what was the discussion in committee when it came to congressional cost of living for those of us that serve our constituents? Was there a hearing that contemplated that? And what, if anything, did the two of you talk about, since it allows that the product shows that we will receive no cost of living adjustment in the year 2017?
I don't recall having a very in-depth debate about that, about members of Congress and cost of living increases. In fact, the discussions that I recall most is until the American people, our constituents, start seeing increases in their paycheck, increases in their cost of living adjustments in the real world, that members of Congress should not until the rest of our constituencies.
I see. And so that causes nearly 100 members of Congress to live in their offices. Some do so by choice and would do it whether they had an increase or not. But let me tell you how it used to be. It used to be that United States judges were tied to Congress. And when the pain of their living conditions reached that level, that threshold, they would get an increase in their cost of living, and so would we. The last cost of living adjustment that we had was negotiated largely between Roy Blunt and Steny Hoyer, and it was a 7-year period of time. Since that time, and I still don't know, I haven't bothered to ask any of my judge friends how they got unconnected or disconnected from us, but they are, and their salary today is $224. Yes, I will.
They sued,
They did sue, that was.
and their own brethren believed them.
And they won. And a wise decision was made.
I don't stop that. As you know, I believe very much so in what federal judges do, notwithstanding your position and my knowledge.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, that was not the first time that the judges sued. They sued previously in the 80s. And I was not a part of the lawsuit, but I was a recipient of the victory that they had. But their last victory didn't disconnect them, but now you're telling me this one does. They make $224,000 a year. Let me bring it home to you straight up. When my mother died and my children were grown, I decided that what I would do is move into a nice apartment. I had been living in a little dinky-doo place, and I was still paying more than I was my mortgage, just to live here. The cost of living for all of these young people that work with us is astounding. And in this flourishing environment, here's what happened to me. I moved to the Senate Square building for $2,100 a month, which was $300 more than my mortgage at home, which put me in that category that everybody says that you never should find yourself in, of spending nearly 1/2 of my income for sleeping. I guess I could have slept in my office like the Speaker of the House does, which I think is below the dignity of the office, I might add. In addition to other members, I think there should be tax consideration, and I think it's unethical. And we need to address that, and that the American public doesn't understand it. I said it to 3 people over the weekend, that members sleep in their offices, and I got a gasp from each one of them. Now then, what happened to me when the $2,100, over the period of 8 years, it went to $3,100 a month for rental. So what I did, and that's all on me, and I'm not asking, as a matter of fact, I don't even want the pay raise, but I want all of us to know that we have every right like everybody else. This is not an easy job like people think it is.
we've taken away virtually every little thing that we could have had to make our families more comfortable. And I understand why 50 of the members are living in their offices, because they have small children and they can't afford to live anyplace else. And therefore, over that period of time, when it went to 3,100, so I moved back over here for 2,100. I'm going backward, and everybody else is. Now, I'll offer an amendment a little bit later on. I won't put you all on the spot, but I'll offer an amendment that at least, and let me tell you, Ms. Graves and Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, the tax credit of $3,000 that we are allowed was implemented in 1952. And it has been $3,000 since 1952. Now, I believe everybody has the understanding that our cost of living has gone up just like everyone else's. And where you're really headed without knowing it is going to a position where we will make this an elitist institution that will disallow people of ordinary means to be able to serve in this institution. And I don't think that's right, and therefore I appreciate the two of you, and I find it passing strange that there was little, if any, real discussion about it. It's because of a lack of courage, the same way it is when it comes, not the two of you, not your committee, but all the members of this Congress that are ducking overall responsibilities with reference to our infrastructure and a whole bunch of other things because they don't want to raise taxes in this country and don't want to say the word taxes. I'll say it, and I think we need to do something about it, and I think members deserve a cost of living adjustment, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Gentleman yield?
Yeah.
Would the gentleman,
Oh, of course I'll
would
agree with you,
would I
Mr.
ruin his argument if I told him I wanted to agree with a part of it? That is, I believe it's in particular difficult for women members of Congress who do have to have safe and secure places, who do have to go and find housing, that it makes it extremely difficult for single women members of Congress and their safety. So I believe it's a safety issue also. The well, I'm just saying not being able to have their own, not getting a cost of living adjustment.
Oh, without
where they
question.
can't get their own place.
Without question.
Well, I'm just trying to agree with you.
Well, make my amendment in order, Mr. Chairman.
And the second point I would make is, and most people don't recognize we do not get per diem, to where it is not a per diemable resource available. So all I'm suggesting is, I think the gentleman. Or a business expense. Well, either one. All I'm suggesting is, I think it's a safety issue for women members of Congress that I took up when I used to have a job across the street. I would have to talk with people about what kind of conditions they would be in and how they might find themselves. And safety is a big issue. Not to me. I mean, I don't take it up on a daily basis, but it does exist among our membership. And I thank the gentleman. I'm trying to find some common ground. Oh, well, sure, staff, but all I'm suggesting, we were talking about members' pay. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I need to correct myself.
Oh, really?
Yes, just
The
because.
gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. The amendment that I'm offering is bill language, not language that would delete the language from the report. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, you're
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this,
recognized.
the two coming. I do want to, I know we've had a lot of discussion about a lot of other things, but there is something in this report language, also the bill as well, that you deal with Library of Congress, you also deal with the Copyright Office, which is very important to me and the Judiciary Committee and things that I've worked on. And the chairman, I appreciate it, is worked on this. And this is a bigger issue that we need to undertake over time. But there is some concern that was in the report language, and I state that up front, but it's something we've worked on from the Judiciary Committee standpoint, and as we look forward to a copyright rewrite and how we deal with that. And it deals in the area of IT. And the language in the report says that it requires the Copyright Office to use the libraries, which is not yet built, data center, would remove flexibility and cost effectiveness inherent to the Copyright Office's IT plan. Basically what we're trying to see here is, without resulting in any synergies or savings, there's some concern at this point that Copyright Office has a specific need, IT needs, that are separate from the Library of Congress, that needs to be separated out. And I know there is some concern there, especially with Ms. Palente, who has expressed this. We are looking at alternatives for them being under Library of Congress. That is some partial under consideration, but as long as it exists the way it currently is, I would not want to see that bound, because if you look at it over time, especially our copyright protection, our intellectual property laws, this is something that just needs to be. I just wanted to highlight that in the record and say we'll work on that and we'll continue. And Chairman, I appreciate it, Ranking Member, I appreciate y'all's listening to me on that point before, and also the hearing that was given to them in their budget process, because it is needed, and it's a very distinct, I know it's for maybe members of the committee who are not familiar with it, it's not a minor point, it's a very major point for many in our industry who deals in intellectual property and also the copyright aspect. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you for your work. We'll continue to work together on that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. It's time the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I just have just a couple questions about legislative advance appropriations. One, and it's not really your committee's fault, but certainly the members, it would be very helpful if we knew what our office allowances were and MRAs were earlier. In the past several sessions, we haven't known what they were until we were into session. I'm not exactly sure why that happens, because we should know something like the aggregate dollar amount, which is usually in a CR or an omnibus or something. But why does there have to be that delay before they calculate, what the staff, each member can hire is?
So those, the various allowances for each office comes from House Admin, from the authorizing committee. And it's set up on a little bit of a different cycle than we're accustomed to. We're on a fiscal year, and it seems that they set sometimes on a calendar year.
Well, if you have any influence, I would encourage you to try to get them to act more expeditiously on your work. The only other two questions I have about legislative branch appropriations are the former Page dormitory. Wondering what the proposed uses are, what the time frame is, and then in line with what Mr. Hastings and Mr. Sessions and others have said, is one of the proposed usage a member dormitory, or are there other ideas that are being pursued for that?
I know the architect is still considering what are some applicable uses, but there has been no determination. Because
I would add my input to what Mr. Sessions said. I do think it's really not only unbecoming the body, but it's not healthy for members to live in their offices in particular. Another risk, Mr. Chair, is, those members have young female staff members, and they might go to work early one day, and through the members there sleeping or waking up or dressing. It's not really appropriate. And obviously, we need to be cognizant of people affording housing, and if there is it's unused, the Page dormitory. So that might be one thing to look at, is whether that might be a place where instead of sleeping in their offices, there can be a handful of floating bedrooms there that members who are in need can use, so they're not cast out on the street. The final question is the coal plant, it's the coal and natural gas plant, the power plant, Capital Power Plant. I understand it's been in a transition from coal to natural gas, using more natural gas, less coal over time. Maybe you can update our committee on kind of what the plans are for that. Is it still needed and necessary, and will it continue the transition to kind of 100% natural gas and eventually end its reliance on coal?
Yeah, it's still underway. It's the cost-benefit analysis. We've asked a lot of questions about that. What is the right direction forward? As Chairman Cole would probably have some experience on this as well, because he chaired Ledge Branch at one point when all this was begun. And so we want to see a project that makes sense and is affordable and respects the taxpayer dollars move forward. But we've tried to support that effort as long as we have the right analysis to back it up.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would just encourage you to look at alternatives. There's been new developments in certainly storage technology. It may be possible that we might be able to use municipal power significantly less expensively while maintaining the backup capabilities, which I assume are kind of the reason that we want that. In case there's a disaster, we can keep going. So, but on a day-to-day basis, the municipal power, I think, would be less expensive. But we do want to have that backup. There are better storage technologies now. So, maybe there's a way where it can be used less or phased out or something like that. Happy to go to Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
Thank you. Just to add to the chairman's response, the Architects of the Capitol has been moving through an ongoing cogeneration project at the power plant, which is designed and has already been continuing to reduce our reliance on coal in the use of that plant.
Great. Yeah, and I know I have seen that certainly in the last decade it's transitioned much more to natural gas. I guess, and we hope that process continues. And then the second thing is how much do we even need it, or what do we need, and what goal does it fill? Is it more expensive than other alternatives, and are there unique needs Congress has? So that's the other point I wanted to raise, and happy to yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
First
sir.
of all, I want to thank both of you. I think that the underlying bill, and we've not talked about 99% of the bill, but pretty good bill. And I appreciate the hard work that's gone into it, and I appreciate the work product that's resulted from it. I was listening to the discussion about the Library of Congress. Library of Congress is part of the legislative branch, and all the bill says is, part of the legislative branch, you've got to follow the United States Code, which codifies the laws passed by the legislative branch. And if we want to change that, we should change the authorization language for the Library of Congress. And there may be a good reason to do that. I've always been a big supporter of libraries, and librarians tend to be not political people. And if there's a good reason for us to take a look at that, I'm certainly open to doing that, but I don't see any damage to be done by the way you've dealt with it in the bill. I just wanted to say to Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I appreciate your integrity. I offered an amendment to the last appropriations bill. The House saw fit to adopt my amendment. I felt that I should vote for the underlying bill. That's a matter of integrity. You and I are not obligated to do that. But you stated something as a matter of integrity, and I think that says a lot about the way you approach the process. I just wish more of us approach the process that way. If we're going to offer an amendment and the House sees fit to adopt our amendment, then I think it's a matter of integrity you ought to vote for the bill. Now, there may be some way big extenuating circumstance. I get that. But in the whole, it ought to be a rule for all of us. You get your amendment adopted, vote for the bill. If you know you're not going to vote for the bill, don't offer an amendment. Don't make the rest of us go through the process of considering your amendment if you know you're not going to vote for the bill anyway. So I wanted to tell you I appreciate it. I think that's a matter of integrity on your part. And every now and then you ought to stop and pat one another back when we show some integrity. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Is there any other member that seeks to be recognized for the purpose of discussing with our panel this bill? Seeing none, I want to thank both of you for your time. I think we've not only provided you with an opportunity to see why you really want to be on the Rules Committee as opposed to the Appropriations Committee, but you've given... We did not ask for a second on that opinion. But what I would say is you gave us a strong idea about the great work that you do to prepare yourself in this body for the necessary things that will allow us to effectively operate. And I want to thank both of you very much. If you'll please make sure you leave anything you brought in writing for our awesome stenographer, we'd appreciate it. I've been advised we're about 3 minutes away from the vote ending. I've also been advised that there are 7 votes that will take place. So we're going to go and at this time be subject to call the chair, and then we'll come back after the last vote. Thank you very much. Tom, thank you.
I don't see Mr. Castro or Mr. Welch here. They are on the agenda to speak on the Ledge Branch bill. They're not here, so I'm going to go on to HR 5278, PROMESA. At least I'd like to do that, except we don't have our chairman here. Where's the chairman? Bishop?
But Mr. Jones and Mr. Massey were here to testify on Ledge Branch.
Oh, they are?
They were not on our list.
Okay. All right. Mr. Jones and Mr. Massey, I understand you wanted to testify on Ledge Branch. Would you all please come up? I'm sorry you weren't on the printed list that I had. Mr. Jones?
Okay.
You're recognized. Would you pull that closer to you?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chairman, thank you, and ranking member as well. Madam Chairman, I just, as you did, finished a primary yesterday in North Carolina, and my district, the 3rd of North Carolina, most people have heard me for years talking about the growing debt of our nation, which now is about $19.2 trillion. I'm not saying that's the reason I won or not, but I think it did help because I've been very outspoken about it. So why did Mr. Massey and I introduce this amendment? We both found out through news reports about a year ago, and we actually put a bill in, which obviously is not going to be heard. It doesn't appear to be. So we wanted to offer an amendment in an open process, which obviously it's not going to be an open process. So therefore, we would like to ask the committee's consideration. What we learned a year ago is that all former speakers of the House, when they retire, have an office primarily in the Longworth building that is paid for by the taxpayers. This is a perk that I think is very unfair to the taxpayers of this country. The previous speaker, she is worth millions of dollars. The former speaker, the Republican, is worth millions of dollars. And yet the poor taxpayer is paying for the former speaker to have an office on the Hill that he never comes back to. And that includes everything, including the toilet tissue. The poor taxpayer is just sick and tired of programs that are set up to be perks. In addition, we found out also that since the previous speaker, Mr. Boehner, has left office, he's already spent $100,000. Okay, this money that is in the Ledge Branch appropriation pays for 3 staffers. The salaries can range anywhere from $158,000 for one staffer to $133,000 for a second staffer, and then he may have another staffer at $116,000. When you tell the people back in eastern North Carolina that the former speaker, this has nothing to do with Mr. Boehner, I would say it if it was Ms. Pelosi, that they're going to get this kind of perk with a staff and all the expenses paid, they are somewhat in disbelief that we as members of Congress with the debt at 19.2 would allow something like this, as small as it might be, meaning over a 5-year period of time, they have it for 5 years, it would probably cost somewhere around $1.3 to $1.4 million. It's not only the money, it's the principle of the thing. And when we know this as members of Congress and we permit this to happen, I mean, sincerely, this upsets the people back home who are paying the taxes. Now, and then I'm going to yield to then I will conclude my comments for Mr. Massey to speak. When you find out that this was created in 1970, and the reason it was, you had a wonderful Speaker of the House that my father served with, as a matter of fact, named John McCormick. He wasn't a multimillionaire. He wasn't playing golf in California and taking boat trips around the world. He didn't have the money. So the purpose of having this in place in 1970 to help an older gentleman leaving the office as a Speaker of the House maybe made sense, but in today's world, it doesn't make sense. And I hope that we would get a chance. We were going to offer this in the open process, but it's not going to be open. I hope we will get a chance to let our colleagues in both parties know about this $1.4 million over 5 years, and we find out, I doubt if you find any speaker that shows up in the office to begin with. And many times I've been by myself in the daytime, meaning morning and afternoon, and the doors are always locked. I've never found anybody in there so far. So with that, unless there are questions, I will allow Ms. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Massey.
Well, thank you, Vice Chairwoman Fox, for recognizing us and allowing us to present this amendment. I just want to say this is in the millions of dollars. It's not in the billions or the trillions, so it's a relatively small amount, but that's how we start, and we have to find somewhere to start cutting the budget. A lot of times when you look for a tax thing to change or some spending to cut, there's a large constituency that's going to be hurt out there, and you start hearing from them, or even a small constituency. This benefits a constituency of one, that is the ex-speaker. And previous Speaker Hastert, while he was a lobbyist, benefited from this perk while he was a lobbyist. And I think that presents an ethical conundrum here. And I would just say that I think we need to start somewhere. The number that you quoted, 1.4 million, I believe is probably just for salaries. You got to start including also the space that's going to be occupied by this office. And at a time when I see us building extra office space over here in the Cannon Building, which I'm not opposed to, but when I see we have to build more office space to accommodate a bigger government, I wonder why we have to keep office space for members who aren't even elected, who aren't here anymore. And so I don't know if this would pass or fail. If it undergoes a vote, this is not a poison pill. I've talked to every member I can talk to about this, and I don't see any member who says I would vote against this appropriations bill if it cut this funding for this ex-speaker perk. In fact, I can't find a single constituent at any of my town halls that is in favor of this perk. So I would hope that this is the people's house and we would represent the will of the people. At least give us a chance to have a vote on this amendment. And I yield back.
Mr. Castro, would you like to join our colleagues here at the table since you wanted to talk about Ledge Branch? Also, that's what they're talking about.
Thank you,
So.
Congresswoman. All right, am I up now? Yes, oh, very good. All right. Well, Chairwoman, members of the House Committee on Rules, thank you for having me here today to testify on my amendments to the FY17 Legislative Branch Appropriations Bill. Both of these amendments pertain to the provision in the committee report that overturns a recent Library of Congress decision to discontinue its use, or at least pending decision to discontinue its use of the term alien in its subject headings. My amendments aim to allow the Library of Congress to move forward with its proposed changes to replace the term aliens in subject headings with non-citizens, and replace the term illegal alien with non-citizens and unauthorized immigration. Let me be clear. I believe that the term alien is not only offensive, but also dehumanizing. These folks may not be U.S. citizens, but they're not from outer space. They're human beings. It stigmatizes immigrants in this nation and diminishes the quality of discussion around immigration issues in the United States. This type of negative treatment of immigrants isn't new, unfortunately, in our nation. In the past, derogatory terms were used to characterize the Irish and Italian immigrants, for example, who came here in centuries past. These groups were denied jobs and treated as second-class individuals. When ugly, belittling names are used to describe groups of people, those terms can make discrimination seem okay. When we move away from those offensive words and treat people with respect, it's harder for discrimination to take root. The Library of Congress's proposed changes would help make the vocabulary our nation uses to describe today's immigrants more respectful. The folks serving in our military, starting small businesses, and contributing to our economy who happen to be new immigrants deserve better than the word alien. Unless we act, this legislation will obstruct much-needed progress to remove the term alien from our acceptable vocabulary for immigrants. I would also point out that this of course, is an intrusion by Congress in the work of the library, and I believe that they should be allowed to do their job. So, for example, the Library of Congress previously used the term Negroes in its subject headings. That's since been replaced with African Americans. Our federal code used to include the terms lunatic and mentally retarded. Those have since been changed as well. The nature of language over time, in fact, changes, and we should all acknowledge this. And just last month, President Obama signed into law a bill introduced by our colleague, Congresswoman Grace Meng, that removes the terms Oriental and Negro from federal code. When this appropriations bill was marked up in the committee, Ranking Member Debbie Wasserman Schultz introduced an amendment to remove the alien-related measure from the legislation. In fact, 4 Republicans on the committee voted with Democrats to strike the provision, but the effort fell 1 vote short. So there is bipartisan support to remove this language from the bill, and the issue deserves a vote in the full House. Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, I want to close by highlighting the fact that never before in history has Congress so much as communicated with the Library of Congress about its subject headings, let alone introduce legislation on those headings. Each year, the Library of Congress makes thousands of changes to its subject headings. For example, in 2015 alone, 4,934 new subject headings were added. Is this the kind of history as a Congress we want to make? Do we want for the first time for Congress to interfere in the subject heading process of the Library of Congress? Thank you for the time, and of course, I'll be glad at the appropriate time to field questions. I yield.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions? No. Mr. McGovern?
I would just say, Mr. Castro, we had a lengthy debate about this issue earlier, and I agree with you. I think the term is offensive, and given the fact that the vote, and especially because the vote was so close in committee, I think every member ought to have a right to vote on it. And I hope that this doesn't fall into the new category of what they call poison pills. There's a new category we're establishing here in the Rules Committee to deny people certain amendments. And Mr. Jones and Mr. Massey, I think you ought to have a right to offer your amendment. I mean, I think people ought to be able to debate it, and if they want to vote with you, they ought to vote with you. If they want to vote against you, they ought to vote against you. But clearly, this is it's germane, and I certainly support making it in order. So I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Judge Hastings.
Fox. Mr. Jones and Mr. Massey, on the matter pertaining to the office for the Speaker and the employees, did you research whether or not there's a wind down provision for former speakers? I know, Mr. Jones, you cited to Speaker McCormick and the fact that he was elderly, and maybe they set this up as a perk. I gather in those days they stayed around maybe a little longer than they do today. While I'm not quarreling with your amendment, and I believe it should be made in order and voted on, it just seems to me that the office of Speaker is of a caliber that would allow for some kind of wind down that might be a little different than the rank and file member of the Congress.
Judge, I would say that if I thought, and this, again, the times we're living in today are not the times when Speaker McCormick retired. Most members of Congress, not necessarily everybody in this room today, but most members of Congress have tremendous opportunities. When you look at the number of former members who are lobbying the Hill, sometimes it's just mind-boggling, to be honest about it. Okay, let me go back to your point. I don't believe that any speaker in the day's world of this high debt of 19.2 should have any time paid for by the taxpayer, but if they were going to have any time, shouldn't be more than a year. Because we have found out, I have myself been by this office probably 7, 8 times, different times a day, and I can't get in. I was going to introduce myself. I certainly was not going to tell them I had an amendment to do away with the office, but I was going to introduce myself. Nobody ever comes to the door. And that's what, to me, is our responsibility. If we're going to try to save America from going bankrupt, these are little things like this. It might be small, but it adds up.
I follow you.
So that's my answer.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have the same question for all three of you. If your amendment is made in order and is adopted on the floor, will you vote for the underlying bill, Mr. Castro?
I'm still looking at it, Congressman.
So you can't tell us today that you are or you're not?
I can't, no.
Okay. Mr. Jones?
I'll give you the same answer. If it is adopted by the House, I probably will.
Okay. Mr. Massey?
I'll raise them one, and I'll say if this amendment's in order, even if it doesn't pass, I plan to vote for the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I think,
Mr. Polis.
I think in hearing my friend Mr. Burns' question, I mean, in many ways, I don't see it as a fair question to pose to our colleagues because there are so many other amendments that may or may not pass. I mean, to say I try to get commitments to vote for or against a bill that we don't know what is in yet is really hard. I mean, I would never be able to say I was voting for or against the bill without knowing what amendments would be in it and wouldn't be in it. I mean, I guess if you're the kind of legislator where all you care about is just like one thing.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'd be happy to yield.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz was here earlier, and I don't think you were in the room, and I asked her that question. And She said, absolutely. I think if my amendment is adopted, I should be for the bill. And I told her I thought that was a show of integrity on her part, and it's a matter of integrity. If you're asking this body to vote for an amendment, and your amendment is adopted, then you should vote for the underlying bill. Now, I'm not telling you there's any legal obligation in that regard.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, if we're going to operate as a body that operates under regular order, that's regular order. I yield back.
Yeah, and I disagree as a legislator. I think if a bill adopts your amendment, you should, of course, be respectful and say kind things about that. But depending on whether your amendment actually how important it is relative to the bill, there may very well be times that you oppose a bill, even though your own amendment is in it. In many ways, it's an act of egoism to somehow say just because it is my little amendment. I mean, obviously, Mr. Castro cares deeply, as do I, and I strongly support his amendment about removing offensive terms. But clearly, there are other aspects to this bill as well, and we don't know what's going to be in them. I plan on supporting both of these amendments. I don't know why we fund former speakers. In fact, I was going to ask, do we even fund former speakers' offices if those speakers are currently registered as lobbyists? If they later register as lobbyists, do they still get the public funding for their former speaker's office? And do they also continue to get that funds if they're later convicted of some crime? Or is it finally removed in that case?
There's one exemption in here that I noticed, which is if they're separated from their service by reason of expulsion from the House.
Right, so in talking about, I mean, we all know it's a matter of public record that legal travails of former Speaker Hastert. Presumably, he's still benefiting from these funds and would even if he was convicted of some crime.
He would have, I believe, but only for 5 years.
Oh, right. He was more recent than 5 years. So,
but he did take advantage of this.
While he was a lobbyist.
While he was a lobbyist.
Yeah, and I support your amendment. I support Mr. Castro's amendment. But as a legislator, we all want to get our amendments in. And there may very well be times when something is important enough to me as a legislator, well, I will swallow a bitter pill. And I would come out and say that, and I would say, look, I don't like this bill, but if it has this amendment that's very important in my district, I will support it. But I think in general, that's the exception. Generally, when we amend things, we're doing small things. Like, honestly, this former speaker salaries is a small thing. I mean, it's a good thing. I support it. But it wouldn't necessarily, it would make me more likely to support the bill if it's in it, because I plan to vote for it and I like it. But I'm going to have to look at what else is in the bill. I also strongly support Mr. Castro's, and I'm happy to yield to him as well.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman Polis. And just to clarify on Congressman Burns' question, I don't even mean to be coy on my answer. I think Congressman Graves and Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz are both on the Appropriations Committee and specifically on the subcommittee that deals with the legislative branch. So they've both had a chance to review this for quite a while, which is great for them. Most of us here deal with these bills as they come up ad hoc and oftentimes don't make our decision until the amendments are done and they're presented. I would honestly tell you if my answer was no and I was going to vote against it, but, we're still reviewing it.
Yeah, and we don't know what the final bill will look like. I would also strongly urge the committee to allow both of these amendments, because I think it's clear that neither of these are poison pills. I don't think either of these will affect how many members vote on the final bill. In fact, it's my understanding that, in fact, the one with regard to the removing the word alien was actually considered in committee, and it was not. The bill was nevertheless reported out without difficulty. I think that these are examples of the kind of amendments that this process hopefully will allow, as neither is offered in any way, shape, or form to sabotage a bill or remove a bill. They're both very good topics to discuss. I happen to support both. Some of my colleagues might support one, some might support neither. But I hope that we have the opportunity to vote on these two. Neither, in my opinion, will affect final passage of the bill. And with that, I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to all three of the members, Mr. Castro, Mr. Jones, Mr. Massey, for bringing these ideas forward. I appreciate the discussion and the consideration. I had a question about the tradition of giving speakers 5 years to get their affairs in order. I'm guessing that that's the purpose of that. I think, Mr. Jones, you made mention of the fact that this was started in the early 70s with Speaker McCormick, who was an elderly gentleman of not great means, and so it seemed appropriate to you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but at least that's the gist of what your comments were. Recently, we've had more, I guess you'd say, well-off, better-off former speakers, and so you don't see a need for that. Then, in turn, if we had a speaker who was, again, in the same financial circumstances as Mr. McCormick, would that be proper use of public funds in your estimation? And then on top of that, exactly, do you know the historical reasons in 1970 why this was started and what function it performs?
I think it was initially to, and particularly my friends from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern would probably know the history better than I, but my understanding was that Mr. McCormick, I actually met him when my father was sworn in as a member of Congress in 1966. One of the honors that I will carry to my grave was standing there. It was done in the Speaker's office, and I had a chance to meet Speaker McCormick. My understanding was the purpose that you stated was exactly why they did it. He was an elderly man. He was not a rich man. And it was done as a matter of respect. If we get into a situation where the speakers are in a similar type situation and we repeal this provision, then I would hope at that time that the House, whatever it might be at that time, maybe would to offer an amendment to reinstate it. But no, under no circumstances do I think in the current environment with all these speakers getting trips to play golf and to lobby and to write books and do all these things, I don't think the poor taxpayer right now should pay one dime, even a roll of toilet tissue for a former speaker. I do not.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand the historical significance and reasons why things were done 40, 50 years ago. And then just an idea occurred to me, and Mr. Castro, I believe that your idea was an issue that came before the committee, correct?
Yes, it's on. In the committee report, there was an amendment to essentially not allow the Library of Congress or instruct the Library of Congress to continue using the term alien in their subject headings. And so I'm trying to get an amendment that would essentially strike that.
But the amendment did not pass in committee by a close vote, but...
I'm sorry, Debbie, you're right. She was unable to thwart it, sure.
I guess just the thought occurred to me that we have standing committees for a reason, that issues come before a standing committee who delve deeply into the issue, much more so than we sometimes do in this committee here. And I just wondered if the role of the Rules Committee was to second-guess a decision of a standing committee by bringing up the same issue again. And so that was just a thought that occurred to me, and would submit that for consideration.
May I respond?
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure, absolutely.
I think that happens all the time as a matter of course here. And also, because that vote was close, the committee here is not making a decision on the substance of the matter. It would simply be putting it in front of the House so that all of us, on what was a close vote in that committee, would have an opportunity to vote on the matter.
I appreciate them. With that, Madam Chairman, I have no further questions. Again, thank you all.
Thank you. I think that completes our questions, and I thank the gentleman for being here. And we'll close the hearing on the Ledge Branch Appropriations Act. Now, Chairman Bishop is not here, but to honor other people's time, Mr. Grijalva, would you like to come up? And we will get started with your statement as the ranking member on the committee on HR 5278. The other gentlemen are here to speak on the same bill, is that right? Mr. Sanford, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Barr, but we will wait till after the chairman is here. Okay, I just want to make sure that's what you're here for, and Mr. Polis also will be speaking. Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. Go ahead.
One of the urgencies that I had, one of the things that drove me and my colleagues on my side on the research committee was the urgency. Having visited Puerto Rico, seeing that what was a debt crisis quickly ballooning every day into a humanitarian crisis of huge proportions, that a stabilization would be the first step toward getting the situation under control. I understand that there are provisions in the bill that others don't support, have discomfort with. I share some of that discomfort, but at the end of the day, putting the humanitarian demands that I saw in Puerto Rico front and center in this discussion was the primary motivation. And like I said, it's a delicate compromise involving all the parties, and anything that's required to maintain that delicate compromise would be helpful toward its passage. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grijalva. We do not know when Chairman Bishop is going to be here. What I would like to do now, and I don't want any member to feel obligated to ask Mr. Grijalva questions, but if you have questions of Mr. Grijalva that you'd like to ask, I think in the interest of time and respecting other people's time, that what we will do is approach each member of the committee to see if any member has questions. Mr. Grijalva, and I'll start with Chairman Cole.
Yeah, I have a quick comment and then a quick question. But first of all, I just want to thank you. This has been a very difficult issue. And I've frankly been enormously impressed with the folks on natural resources on both sides of the aisle, even those that have different opinions and come down different places. You really worked the issue hard. It's an issue that most of us don't know a great deal about if you're not on the committee of jurisdiction. But I think the crisis is genuine and real. And, you know, this is a pretty highly charged political atmosphere and year. Obviously, we've got a lot of folks running television commercials about this. That creates a lot of strain. I wanted to commend you and the chairman for the manner in which you guys have approached this and worked together, and the administration. I mean, there's been a real effort here to try and find common ground, and I have a lot of respect for that when I see that effort, and it's genuine, and it certainly has been in this case. You expressed some concerns that you had, and as you note, this is a compromise. Nobody ever gets everything it's done. But what were the things that most concern you that are not included in the bill?
Not included in the bill. And like you said, we've gone through this process and, you know, exchanged ideas and recommendations back and forth. More of a representation, a timeline, a sunset period for the Oversight Board. I thought it was very important because one of the criticisms that you'll hear is that you're usurping control from local elected officials and their ability to be able to conduct their business in behalf of their constituents. So that area was important, concentrating on the debt and not so much on some of the other issues for the Oversight Board. That exchange, this is the compromise we ended up with in the bill. I think the other issue having to do with overtime and delaying that implementation of that in Puerto Rico, and minimum wage, having the flexibility for the governor and/or the legislature to impose less than a federal minimum wage on the island of Puerto Rico for a period of time for ages 25 and under, I think is symbolically problematic to a lot of people. But, you know, one has to trust that all the candidates that are vying for that position have all indicated publicly that they would never pull that trigger to lower that wage. And certainly having met with the legislative leadership in Puerto Rico, they wouldn't either. And so I think it's a safeguard of their representatives on that, and I think that's appropriate. But I understand, I would have preferred that it be removed, but that's part of the process that we went through. And I think the point that Vieques is no longer part of the exchange and was removed, I think is very important as well, because that was causing a great deal of consternation, at least on our side, on the members of the Resource Committee. Once that plateau was cleared, we were able to get into the nitty-gritty of the rest of it, which was really the debt service.
A second question, because I know, again, you've spent a lot more time thinking and working through these issues than any of us on this panel have. There's been some speculation in the press, at least, about whether or not this bill sets any precedent for states and localities inside the continental United States or that have the status of states. Do you see any or have any concerns? There's any precedent setting here?
I don't, and I think that that efforts made by the commissioner, present commissioner, to try to extend Chapter 9 ability to Puerto Rico was an initial step that would have made what's available here in the United States available to the island of Puerto Rico. But this is not a precedent. And what happened in Washington, D.C. during that oversight period, during that debt crisis, is wholly different than what's going on in Puerto Rico. There was stimulus money involved there, and there was a direct influence and direct monetary support on the part of the federal government. This is not the case in this issue, although, you know, as you mentioned earlier, earned income tax credit should be extended to the island. Medicaid reimbursement should be the same. Support for the Zika virus, better pension language. Those were things that we think are still important. And as we go forward, I think there's going to have to be, on the part of this Congress, some real consideration of an economic stimulus package, whether it's tax incentives, whether it's extending those things, because the revenue needs to also grow, and you need to diversify the economy beyond the principal issue, which is tourism.
And again, I know you looked a lot at this issue, so I just asked for an opinion on this. There's, a lot of the things I've read have talked about the removal of certain tax advantages that Puerto Rico used to enjoy and no longer does, and the closure of military facilities, which I understand were a major employer on the island. Have those things been material contributors to the crisis that we have now?
I think the tax point that you made earlier, I think if you look, when those were removed, you saw a steady decline in terms of the economy and the increase in the debt for the island. That was a major revenue source and a major incentive to attract. And once those were removed, it hurt the economy and it hurt it badly.
Well, I'll stop there. I just want to thank the gentleman again for his hard work. This has been a tough issue, and your committee, I think, in bipartisan sense, has really approached it very seriously, and I think it's a credit to the Congress and the way in which you guys have genuinely worked across the aisle on what is a genuinely pressing problem. So I thank the gentleman. Yield back.
Mr. McGovern.
I just want to thank the gentleman for his hard work, and all of us are trying to go through this bill, and there are things that raise concerns, and we're just going to have to try to figure it out before we cast our vote, but I appreciate the gentleman's hard work on this, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does any Republican wish to ask any questions? Mr. Byrne?
Yes, I wanted to ask the gentleman, I heard what you said earlier about Medicaid. I'm from Alabama. We've got a major Medicaid problem. The federal government not really willing to help us out. What is it that you expect the federal government to do for the Medicaid program in Puerto Rico that they're not doing? Well, what's the? I didn't realize there was a disparity. What is the difference?
I think it's 55% in Puerto Rico and approaching 80% in the rest of the country, in the mainland.
I know Alabama's not getting 80%. I know that. So you're saying some states are getting 80%?
Well, I'm saying that there is a disparity, a significant disparity.
What's the basis?
Between the territories and their reimbursement and the Commonwealth and their reimbursement on Medicaid and Medicare that.
Who makes that decision? CMS?
I really don't have. I don't have a good.
It's some department or agency of the federal government.
But, you know, the corrective agent, the corrective step would come from this Congress if that parity issue is indeed one I heard about over and over again. You get to a situation with the health providers there that everything has to be wired in COD in order to receive the medicines that they need and the pharmaceuticals that they need in order to take care of seriously ill patients and children because of the fact that the people don't trust the ability to be able to be paid, so they demand payment. They collect on delivery for those medicines, and I think that speaks to that disparity in terms of reimbursement.
We have a disparity in Alabama in how much we reimburse the people that provide health care. A substantial disparity. You actually can go across the line between Alabama and Florida, and a provider gets a lot more money than they would if they were providing in Alabama. So if the gentleman is going to work on trying to do something about disparities, I have some disparities I'd like to work on as well. And let's address the disparities across the board of the Medicaid program, because there are disparities. And there shouldn't be disparities among the states as they are. So I appreciate the gentleman's point, and I look forward to working with him on that.
Thank you, and I think my colleagues, the delegates from, that are going to be also before you today, they can go into much more detail with much more intimate knowledge of what that disparity means and how long, and what it causes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva, and I along with you had the opportunity in Natural Resources to offer amendments to this bill. My memory is that many of the ideas that were offered by Democrats, as well as some offered by Republicans, were simply not in the jurisdiction of our committee to amend it. And I was wondering if you could speak to the frustration that members haven't had the chance in any other committee. Our committee only allowed certain amendments with jurisdiction, and therefore a lot of these ideas, Rules Committee is really the only hope for advancing them ever to be voted on. And maybe you can talk about some of the ones that might have been ruled out of order or found not to be in the jurisdiction of our committee.
If I may, Mr. Polis, Madam Chair, let's just talk about the one part that isn't dealt with in this legislation, and that's the economic stimulus part of it. You had an amendment for a hub zone that I think is critical, and having had a conversation with the Speaker of the House in Puerto Rico, that was one of his initiatives that he felt was critical to developing a better business environment on the island, the tax incentives that could be available down the road, and as I mentioned, the Earned Income Tax Credit, Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement. Those are all in the stimulus area. And I think also re-establishing the incentives that Mr. Cole talked about that were taken away and had such a profound negative effect on the island's economy as a whole. And those are amendments that might not be germane within our committee, but certainly in the long haul are going to have to be part and parcel of a package either now or in the future to kind of not only stabilize Puerto Rico, but grow its economy.
Thank you, and as my colleague, Mr. Byrne, I think was mentioning, we have, and I think my colleague from Washington State as well, we do have the process where bills usually go through the committee and we try to amend them, but again, many of the amendments that Democrats and Republicans offered in this committee weren't under the jurisdiction of this committee, and the bill simply didn't go through the other committees that it should have gone through under regular order. It should have gone through Ways and Means, it should have gone through perhaps Judiciary. I'm not sure what other committees it would have been assigned to. It was, in fact, assigned to one committee. So a lot of these ideas, these are bipartisan ideas, for instance, in the hub zone idea under the Small Business Act mentioned by Mr. Grijalva, I've introduced as an amendment along with Mr. Young and Mr. Gallego. It's a bipartisan concept. A lot of us believe that fundamentally growing the Puerto Rican economy has got to be a critical outcome of this, regardless of what we do in the restructuring of the debt, regardless of these other components of the bill. The Puerto Rican economy needs to have stronger growth. So we need to have some ideas, and from the Democrats, Republicans, bipartisan, and many of those simply weren't allowed under the scope of the Natural Resources Committee, which is why we see them here. And I'm very hopeful that the committee makes an order, not just my and Mr. Young and Mr. Gallego's amendment, but a handful of amendments that would make a profound difference in preventing the risk of this happening again, of growing the Puerto Rican economy, which is paramount for them meeting their obligations under any negotiated settlement. They're still going to need to grow their economy. And I'm hopeful that we can do some of the work that perhaps under regular order should have been done by Ways and Means, should have been done by other committees. But here we are, the Rules Committee, with the last chance to really improve and fix this legislation. I'm really hoping we avail ourselves of that, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bishop, we welcome you. I noticed that you have a rather long statement there. You're welcome to put it in the record and summarize your statement, if you will, please, since the hour is somewhat late.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm going to read every damn word several times and enunciate very clearly. All right, I'll put this in the record. If I could. Oh, you tried that on me. So I thank you very much. This is still, actually, the only thing I'll take exception with much as Paulus was saying as I came in here, is this is a darn good bill. It's a perfect bill. You wouldn't want to change anything. I cannot imagine why anyone would ever vote no on this particular bill, because we know what the situation is in Puerto Rico. There has to be some solution. This is a solution that's based on precedent. This is a solution that will take an oversight board and will work with the government of Puerto Rico. Oh, good grief. This is so important to me, I'm choked up about it all, you can tell. Actually, it's nothing wrong, it's fine. I'm just going through puberty. I'm sorry. I took your glass away from you, didn't I, Whittle?
You want it back?
I'm hoping. No, the Oversight Board will have authority to work with the government, come up with a plan. They'll have the ability then to enforce that plan, make sure it is there. Any restructuring will take place after the financials have been done, after the plan has been worked out, with the goal being, once again, that everyone hopefully gets paid. So we're not trying to pick winners and losers over who gets paid first. That's already been set in the Puerto Rico Constitution. We're going to respect that, but the goal is to make sure the Oversight Board has the ability of making sure that everyone gets adjusted in some particular way. A lot of this is some complicated language because it was an effort to make sure that everyone bought off on it. So I think as it came out of our committee, it had a majority of both Republicans and Democrats on the committee who supported it. It has, I don't think you've got an SAP on this one yet. So this has the support of the White House and the Treasury Department. And a lot of it is because of some of the balance of the words so that it makes sure that everyone thinks what they are saying is exactly what everyone intends to be said. So I'm going to advocate for a structured rule, and I want you to be very careful as to what those amendments are. Obviously, there has to be a manager's amendment to do some technical changes. I think, once again, that's brilliant. But after that, I would ask you to be very judicious, realizing that even though there are a lot of really great ideas that are out there, in fact, some ideas that I actually kind of like, it may have a difficult time in changing the delicate balance. And just because everyone's in agreement doesn't mean that's what you have to accept. But the reality is that everyone has accepted on something as we have tried to compromise to bring this at this point of the game. For the sake of Puerto Rico, who faces another payment in which they will default at the 1st of July, moving it expeditiously is significant. And that's why I think we try to do the background work ahead of time so that we could move it expeditiously. I'll quit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. We have already had the opportunity to ask Mr. Grijalva questions. I am going to ask the members if anyone has a question they'd like to ask of you on the Republican side. No? No, over here. Then we thank you both very much for being here, and we appreciate your effort, and we will try to take your advice as a former member of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Bishop, for your good work. Mr. Grijalva. There are other members here who wish to speak on the bill. Mr. Sablon, Ms. Bordallo, Mr. Barr, Mr. Palmer, and Mr. Graves of Louisiana. I don't see him here. Okay. Next panel. I know you're here, Mr. Gutierrez. I know you're here, Mr. Sanford. Mr. Barr, I think if you'll pull one up at the end, if you can, however you want to do it. I think all of you were in here when I made my comments to Mr. Bishop. If you have long statements you wish to submit for the record, we will be happy to have those. I ask that you keep your comments very brief. And I will ask the members to keep their questions brief. Oh, Thank you very much. I think, Mr. Sablon, you are first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Ranking Member and members of the Rules Committee. One of the federal government's most effective anti-poverty programs is the Earned Income Tax Credit. The EITC makes low-income families more likely to work by increasing works rewards. These words from Speaker Paul Ryan's policy paper on expanding opportunity in America are the reason I am offering my amendment today. In the Mariana Islands, over half of the population live below the federal poverty level. Median household income is just $20,000 compared to more than $50,000 nationwide, and unemployment is high. This is exactly the set of conditions that the Earned Income Tax Credit is meant to address. It encourages work as a way to lift people out of poverty. But we don't have the Earned Income Tax Credit in the Marianas. It is too expensive for our local government to provide. They don't have the Earned Income Tax Credit in Puerto Rico either. So able-bodied people who could be working and paying taxes in Puerto Rico are staying out of the job market, maybe working and getting paid under the table. Who knows? Puerto Rico has a debt problem, but it also has a revenue problem. Because without sufficient government revenues, Puerto Rico cannot pay its debts. PROMESA addresses the debt problem. It does not address the other side of the equation, increasing government revenues. And without a two-pronged approach, restructuring debt and increasing ability to pay, PROMESA could fail. All the work that you are doing today and that Chairman Bishop and Mr. Pierluisi and many others have done over the last 6 months could bring us right back where we started. Providing the Earned Income Tax Credit could increase the chances of PROMESA's success in Puerto Rico. But my amendment provides federal support for the Earned Income Tax Credit for all the insular areas, not just Puerto Rico, the territory that is in trouble. And I ask why? Because in fixing Puerto Rico's problems, we have an opportunity to make sure that American Samoa, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the Northern Marianas do not become the next Puerto Rico. None of our areas is in the best of fiscal health. All of our areas are poor compared to the rest of America. The Earned Income Tax Credit is a proven policy tool to address the mess in Puerto Rico today and to keep other areas from going down the same path. It works in the rest of America, one of our most effective anti-poverty programs, according to Speaker Ryan. Now, we should put the EITC to work in all of America to help all Americans who are willing to work their way out of poverty. My amendment is co-sponsored by all of my colleagues from the insular areas, including the gentle lady from the U.S. Virgin Islands, who was not listed. Furthermore, I wish to express my support for the amendments offered by the gentle lady from American Samoa regarding the child tax credit and the gentle lady from Guam sitting next to me regarding Medicaid. Thank you for your consideration, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bordello.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Rules Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I offered, as well as amendments offered by Representative Rattlewagon of American Samoa on the child tax credit and Representative Sablon of the Northern Marianas Islands on the Earned Income Tax Credit. My first amendment, however, would grant the government of Guam flexibility to extend Social Security to all new government hires. GovGuam's current retirement plan will leave many without sufficient means when they retire. And as you know, the pension shortfall in Puerto Rico was a key contributor to its current fiscal crisis, and local leaders in Guam are working proactively to enact legislation to prevent a similar situation in Guam. Part of their efforts is contingent on enrolling employees in Social Security, and my amendment would give GovGuam flexibility to enroll new hires in Social Security as it works to address retirement shortfalls for its current workforce. The Social Security actuaries and the CBO have indicated that the amendment would have a net positive increase on federal revenues. Now, my second amendment would grant equitable treatment to the U.S. territories in carrying out the Medicaid program. The amendment would eliminate the Medicaid cap on the territories, and I think we talked about this earlier, we have a cap, and provide parity with the federal medical assistance percentage in force in the territories. The inequitable treatment of the territories in Medicaid has caused significant financial strain on our local governments and has forced us to contribute a disproportionate share of local dollars when compared to the 50 states and D.C. This is a bipartisan amendment supported by all representatives of the territories, and it would put our constituents, who are all Americans, on equal footing with those who reside in the states. The cost of providing health care in our jurisdictions, particularly on Guam, inhibits our economies from truly developing. We have an opportunity to address this inequity, and I feel it's critical that we act with purpose on this matter. And I also want to underscore my support of amendments submitted by my colleagues, Mr. Sablan of the Northern Marianas and Ms. Rattlewagon of American Samoa. We firmly believe that Puerto Rico's debt crisis cannot be resolved through debt restructuring alone. This debt crisis was caused by underlying issues which have been impacted by the unequal treatment of the territories in certain federal programs. Again, like with Medicaid, addressing these issues for Puerto Rico and the other territories would help lift a burden and allow our local governments to focus more on economic development and improving infrastructure to support these new economies. We offer, Madam Chairman, these amendments because while Guam's and the other territories' fiscal situations are nowhere near the crisis in Puerto Rico, we could very well be headed down the same road should these fixes not be addressed at this opportune moment in time. We simply do not believe that extending the authorities proposed on PROMESA without addressing continued challenges will resolve Puerto Rico's problems, nor will it provide a more secure financial footing in all the territories. I do recognize the political challenges that have been undertaken to get this bill to the point that we are at right now. However, we need to find the political will to address the challenges now before they become crisis later. We are doing all we can to be proactive so that what is happening to Puerto Rico does not happen to the rest of us. And I thank you, Madam Chairman, for your consideration of these amendments. And again, I strongly urge the committee to make them in order so that at least we can fully debate them on the House floor. And I thank you.
Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the Rules Committee. I'm offering two amendments, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about both of them. The first amendment is narrowly targeted, consisting of the addition of just 3 words to Section 3033 of the PROMESA bill, but it would have significant implications for protecting bondholders, upholding the rule of law, and providing certainty to our credit markets. Section 303, subsection 3 states, and I quote, "Unlawful executive orders that alter, amend, or modify rights of holders of any debt of the territory or territorial instrumentality, or that divert funds from one territorial instrumentality to another or to the territory shall be preempted by this act." My amendment would simply add legislative actions to that preemption so that both unlawful executive orders and unconstitutional legislative actions by the Puerto Rican government would be preempted by the PROMESA Act. As written, the bill allows the Oversight Board to revisit and, with modification implemented by Chairman Bishop's manager's amendment, rescind legislative and executive actions by the Puerto Rican territorial government. However, this leaves protection of bondholder rights subject to the uncertainty of the discretion of the Oversight Board. Congress must assert proactively that any unconstitutional efforts by the territory to undermine the rights of bondholders are automatically disqualified, null and void, without intervention of the Oversight Board or through litigation in the courts. This fix is necessary as it addresses not a hypothetical, but a real situation in which the Puerto Rican legislature has already endeavored through enactments of Acts 40 and Act 21 to undermine the rights of bondholders across this country by favoring Puerto Rican creditors and prejudicing U.S.-based holders of government development bank bonds. It is the right and it is the expectation of bondholders to receive the same treatment as a fellow holder of the same class of bonds. This is fundamental to the healthy operation of credit markets, a matter within the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Committee on which I serve. Given the impact to investors, retirees, pension funds, and the municipal bond markets, it's imperative that we provide certainty beyond the discretion of the Oversight Board or any court that the actions of a territorial government to undermine these constitutionally protected contracts are dismissed out of hand. For these markets to continue to operate and provide needed investment in our communities and reliable returns for investors, both retail and institutional, this rule of law must be upheld. And this issue materially impacts each of your constituents in which they reside, whether they hold Puerto Rican bonds directly or would be impacted by the precedents that we're setting here in this legislation as its effects ripple through the municipal bond markets. So, in summary, fair and equitable treatment of any creditor within a class is a core principle of the bankruptcy code, and it should be incorporated in this legislation as well. That's the First Amendment, and be happy
Mr.
to
Barr,
answer any
please
questions.
summarize
The
a
second-
little more succinctly.
Sure. The second one, I'll be much more succinct, and I appreciate your indulgence. And this would simply be an amendment, and I'll offer my written testimony for the record, but this would simply amend the PROMESA bill by incorporating legislation that I've introduced, H.R. 5276, which is the No Bailouts for State, Territorial, and Local Governments Act. It is a simple bill that prohibits and a simple amendment that would prohibit the use of taxpayer dollars to bail out any fiscally mismanaged state, territorial, or local government. I applaud the work of the Natural Resources Committee to not make this into a bailout, but let's remove all doubt that Puerto Rico could come back for a bailout or any other mismanaged state or local government in the future. This language would eliminate the moral hazard and send an important signal to state, local, and territorial governments that their fiscal mismanagement will not be rewarded with a federal bailout. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Puerto Rico crisis is mostly one of our own making, of their own making. The island has a declining population because of high unemployment and the cost of living. They have underfunded pensions. We know all that's going on there, but my point is that Congress is not altogether blameless. I think we do need to act, but in a way that frees Puerto Rico from a law that was created without them in mind, and we need to lift the burden of the economy stifling regulations to the maximum extent possible to allow them to rebuild their economy. I associate myself with the comments by Mr. Grijalva that this is about helping Puerto Rico rebuild their economy, creating incentives and stimulus. My amendment would do that by exempting the island from the Merchant Marine Act of 1920, better known as the Jones Act. Relief from the Jones Act would allow the cost of living in Puerto Rico to decline, effectively giving everyone on the island a raise. Two Puerto Rican economists found that from 1991 to 2010, the Jones Act cost Puerto Rican residents $16.4 billion. Some ways that translates in terms of individual spending is that a vehicle costs $6,000 more in Puerto Rico than on the mainland, and they spend twice as much for food in Puerto Rico than residents of Florida do. According to a 2012 Federal Reserve Bank of New York study, it costs an estimated $3,063 to ship a 20-foot container from the east coast of the United States to Puerto Rico. The same shipment cost $1,500 to be shipped to the Dominican Republic. That's twice as much to ship the same exact goods to virtually equidistant location. Exempting the island would also help alleviate the burden of energy costs, and this is a very important point. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, energy can cost 2 to 3 times more per kilowatt hour in Puerto Rico than on the mainland. My amendment would change this by allowing Puerto Rico to switch from a heavy reliance on petroleum fuel to a greater dependence on lower cost and lower emissions producing domestic liquefied natural gas, which they could get from the U.S. Gulf. Currently, there is only one electric generating plant on the island using LNG fuel imported from more expensive foreign sources such as Trinidad. Because there are no LNG carriers existent in the Jones Act fleet and no LNG carriers have been built in the U.S. since the late 1970s, Puerto Ricans are paying the price by not being able to take advantage of America's 78 billion cubic feet of natural gas production in 2015 alone. Exempting territories from the Jones Act has worked in the past. The U.S. Virgin Islands were exempt in 1992. As a matter of fact, 3 of the 5 populated territories are exempt. And today's shipping costs on the mainland are nearly half that of Puerto Rico. I'm talking about the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to emphasize that giving Puerto Rico relief from the Jones Act does not apply to the mainland. And some of the opposition to this act really has nothing to do with Puerto Rico. It has more to do with protecting other special interests. If the island were exempted from the Jones Act, like 3 other American territories, Puerto Rico's power companies would be able to replace foreign-sourced oil with cheaper, cleaner U.S.-sourced natural gas, and manufacturers in Puerto Rico would no longer be at a cost disadvantage relative to Asia and other Latin American countries when shipping goods to the U.S. The cost of living in Puerto Rico would fall, allowing residents to stretch their wages further. We do need to help Puerto Rico, and I commend the committee on the work they've done on this bill. I think this is very important. But we need to do so with forward-thinking solutions. And in regard to the issue that Mr. Paulus brought up about the germaneness of this, I met with the parliamentarian today, and he agreed that committee jurisdiction is not dispositive with regard to germaneness. I wish Mr. Paulus were here to engage in this discussion. And an amendment accomplishing by more specific or broad aims the intent of the underlying legislation is germane. And we've heard from Mr. Gravalia, we've heard from Mr. Paulus, we've heard from others about the importance of jump-starting the Puerto Rican economy. And I really believe that's the best way to help Puerto Rico. So I want to make that point. I'll submit this for the record. And with that, Madam Chairman, I urge the members of the committee to rule this amendment in order and bring it to the floor. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my friend from Alabama for continuing to advocate conservative causes, and certainly he and I work together on many of those, and he's been a very successful partner, and I appreciate the opportunity to be up here with him. However, while we agree 99% of the time, I think this is one of those situations where we don't agree. I share the objective of this bill. I'm on the Natural Resources Committee and also on the Transportation Committee. I share the objectives of this bill in terms of the need to relieve Puerto Rico's economy and the need to provide the territorial island an opportunity to restructure its debt. However, the Jones Act, number one, it is in Title 46, which is not the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee. I don't believe it's germane to this bill, and I think the Transportation Committee is the committee of jurisdiction in this case. More importantly, I want to go through and make sure the committee is operating on accurate information. There were a number of statements that were made. Statements that were made such as giving everyone in Puerto Rico a raise, such as statements saying that studies indicate that there's a $16.4 billion cost. Studies don't replicate those numbers. In fact, the General Accountability Office in just 2013 did a study that completely debunked those allegations. And it said that relieving or lifting the Jones Act from Puerto Rico territory would actually destabilize or jeopardize the stability of shipping routes to the island. And so it actually to the opposite. Now, I agree that vehicles are likely $6,000 more, and I agree that grocery costs are much higher. But comparing those costs to Florida is not an apples-to-apples comparison. Puerto Rico is an island. There are higher transportation costs, and it would be more accurate to compare those costs to other islands like Hawaii or other islands in the Caribbean, where I think you would get a better understanding. Shipping rates of the Dominican Republic was another allegation that was laid out. I actually have shipping rates from shippers right here that actually shows that the shipping rates from Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic are nearly identical. However, shipping rates to U.S. Virgin Islands, including St. Thomas, St. Croix, are actually higher, and according to the United States Maritime Administrator, actually 40% higher than they are to the United States. Madam Chair, the reality is this: 75% of the cargo that goes to the territory is actually shipped by foreign shippers today. Let me say that again. 75% of the cargo going to Puerto Rico is shipped by foreign shippers. And in many cases, those rates are higher than the Jones Act qualified vessels that carry out the remaining 25%. In regard to the higher electricity rates, the gentleman from Alabama is exactly right. They are, and the reasons for that. They have an incredibly inefficient power generation facility. Number two, they provide free electricity to local governments. Therefore, the customers, the other citizens and residents of Puerto Rico are subsidizing those government costs. Therefore, they are paying higher costs. And I want to say it again, it's an island. In regard to no LNG carriers, there are actually 3 LNG Jones Act qualified carriers that are available, and I'm sure the industry would be willing to build more if there was additional demand for those vehicles. But Madam Chair, I want to thank you. I just want to lay out a few other points very quickly. The objective of this bill is to try to help to reignite the economy of Puerto Rico. Cutting jobs of those involved in the Jones Act trade on the island doesn't help. That actually exacerbates the conditions of the economy there by causing more people to lose their jobs. So I'm very concerned about that. Just making another note that there are specialized container sizes, not the traditional 20 and 40-foot containers that are used for Puerto Rico trade. And lastly, Madam Chair, admirals, generals, officers in our military universally support the Jones Act. And in fact, you can look back in history. President George W. Bush said, "I embrace and support the Jones Act and will continue to do so." President Clinton said, "The Jones Act is essential to our commercial and defense maritime interests." President Reagan said, "I will not support legislation that will jeopardize the policy in the Jones Act." Madam Chair, there are many allegations about the Jones Act, including calling it protectionist. And I actually would say, you know what, it is protectionist. It protects our homeland, it protects our national security, and to replicate the cost of the service that the Jones Act vessels provide would cost taxpayers over $10 billion annually. Madam Chair, I strongly urge you to reject this amendment based upon germaneness issues, and I believe that it's contrary to the objectives of this bill.
Explain something that was asked, one of the members of the Rules Committee asked Mr. Grijalva, and that's on the Medicaid, just for the territories.
Okay.
Okay. The Medicaid disparity in the territories, including Puerto Rico, are FMAP rates. They're set by a statute at 55% and are not determined by any federal poverty line or other income level like they are in the United States. We are also capped at a dollar amount that we cannot exceed regardless of a need in the islands. And this causes significant hardships to our government. And it was one of the reasons that Puerto Rico went into debt. And I thank you.
I thank you very much. Okay.
Very briefly, I would just like to point out that my amendment does not repeal the Jones Act. It only exempts Puerto Rico.
And let me make it clear, I think, to the other members that while you have been talking with the parliamentarians still contend that your amendment is non-germane. So let me see if anyone on this side has any questions of the panel. Mr. Byrne.
I wanted to ask, I appreciate the 2 representatives of the territories here. I've served them before, and I know you work very hard for your territories. Who exactly is it that's capping the Medicaid rates for you? Is it CMS or is it a statute? What is it that's blocking that?
It's Congress.
It's written into statutory law?
Yes, it is.
And does it apply to all the territories equally?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And I assume that that's an authorizing statute, not an appropriations bill.
It's an authorizing statute that set the amount for a period of, if I'm not mistaken, 10 years.
All right. And let me just offer, if you want to do something about that, I'd like to work with you because we've got some disparities that affect my state of Alabama. And if you get to the point you're working on that, I'd love to work with you as well.
And
the second thing I want to make sure I heard you right, because sometimes, lots of noise in here. I heard you say that while you believe that both of your territories are not in the condition that Puerto Rico is now, that you're concerned that there are some circumstances under which you could get there sooner rather than later. Did I hear that accurately?
Yes, you did, sir.
Are you as well? Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
I just want to thank you all for being here and your patience, and Ms. Bradallo and Mr. Sablan in particular, I want you to know that I very strongly support your amendments, so I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the members of the panel for being here, and you're excused. You may leave your written statements for the wonderful stenographer. I think the word awesome is overused. Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Sanford, Dr. Fleming, Mr. Polis is not here. If he returns, I will ask him to join the panel. Mr. Gutierrez, I believe you were out when I urged people to make their comments succinct and to put their written comments into the record. Mr. Sanford, I think you were here. Dr. Fleming, I believe you were here.
I hear it every time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez.
I come before the Rules Committee to speak about my amendments because I'm Puerto Rican. I care deeply about the Puerto Rican people in my district, in my family, and throughout the world, including on the island of Puerto Rico. I've lived in Puerto Rico, been educated there, intend to die there someday, hopefully not in the near. The greatest nation in the world that fought colonialism to win its own freedom and independence from the British and set the standard for democracy and self-determination across the globe, today still embraces the colonial relationship it has with the people of Puerto Rico. The bill is an exclamation point on the colonial power the United States has over Puerto Rico. I don't think any of my colleagues in this body appreciate just how deeply offensive the bill is and it is regarded by the people of Puerto Rico. The amendments I offer today reflect some of their greatest concerns. I ask that the committee rule on my amendments in order and to have given an opportunity to debate and consider. First and foremost, among the problems with the bill is the creation of the Financial Oversight and Management Board, or La Junta de Control, as it is already called in Puerto Rico. I don't know whether the Puerto Rican people could ever accept such a board under any circumstance, but this particular way it's construed in the bill requires me to put forward amendments that will highlight and hopefully change how the Junta de Control is forced on the people of Puerto Rico. As currently constructed, unlike other territories, who could vote for such a board? Should they face such an astronomical debt, the people of Puerto Rico get no say in who is appointed to the board, and that only one of the 7 unelected members is required to have any ties, not necessarily be Puerto Ricans, but have any ties to Puerto Rico. No one who is elected by the Puerto Rican people, no one, and is therefore accountable and answerable to the people who are being governed, has any say in the decisions that will affect almost every aspect of the life of the people. If that is not the definition of colonialism, I don't know what is. Not only that, but meetings of the Junta de Control can be conducted in secret. Executive session. And there is no requirement that the information published or disseminated by the board be in the language that Puerto Rican people speak, namely Spanish. There is not transparency and there is not inclusion. This is not a fair and open process of solving the island's problems to the mutual benefit of all the parties involved. No, this is a proxy government that supersedes the duly elected government of the people of Puerto Rico, and everything that the Junta de Control does, if it is made public at all, can be conducted in the language that the people don't understand. For God's sake, at least the British, the colonial masters who burned down this building we now work in, spoke English, so when the king's decree could be understood by the common man and woman. But this board, at an estimated cost of $370 million in the first 5 years, is imposed on the people of Puerto Rico, and guess who has to pay for it? The people of Puerto Rico. Given that the government just missed the May 1st bond payment equal to what the board will cost, about $370 million, I wonder how much more austerity Puerto Ricans will have to swallow to pay for the board, and the government agencies who are required to cooperate. Madam Chairwoman, if we're casting aside Puerto Rico's government, which is what this bill does, and stocking it instead with people selected in Washington with no ties to Puerto Rico and conducting the business in English or in secret, the least the U.S. Congress should do is pick up the tab. Taxation without representation is never a good outcome for the United States House of Representatives. Not now, not ever. Beyond the insult and injury to the misguided nature of the overall bill and its failure to address the most basic issue that have put Puerto Rico in a financially precarious position. There is not enough in this legislation to address the fundamental problem: jobs, jobs, and jobs. Jobs that the Puerto Rican people can do in Puerto Rico to build a future for themselves and to raise generations of families on that island. Simply put, we have an opportunity of a Congress to create incentives for the Puerto Rican people to stay in Puerto Rico and grow the economy, and I think the bill goes too much in the opposite direction. Why do you impose austerity measures on the people of Puerto Rico as it's already happening in response to the crisis and will no doubt be accelerated under the board? When you eliminate basic worker protections like the minimum wage, overtime, and you have other incentives to leave the island, like tax credits and health care that are not available to the island residents as they are on the island. 84,000 Puerto Ricans have done just that in the last year, 6,000 every month. And this bill will do nothing to reverse that. And I just want to make clear, 80% of them are going to Florida. In the next 4 years, you do the math about how many Puerto Ricans addition. They're all American citizens. Puerto Ricans are saying to themselves, hey, by comparison, in Orlando, I can work at a decent minimum wage like other citizens, get paid for overtime like other citizens, get ATIC, get child credit, tax credits like other citizens, get the doctors and health care I need like other citizens. Oh, and yes, I get to vote for president of the United States. So why not pay the $49? Because that's what JetBlue and the other airlines are on sale, is a ticket from Puerto Rico to Orlando. Why pay? I'm going to end by saying this, Madam Chairwoman. I know you've been very generous with your time. Look, if you're not going to pay the minimum wage, Puerto Rico has half the per capita income of Mississippi, the poorest state of the Union. If you're going to reduce the minimum wage to $4.25, how does that bode well for increasing any wealth of the people of Puerto Rico? All they have to do, ladies and gentlemen, these are American citizens, right? All they have to do is get on an airplane, come to the United States, and get on Medicaid and get $7.25 an hour minimum wage. Why would they stay on that island? And if they don't stay on the island, how is the government going to reap the tax dollars of this working people? I just say I think it's misguided on so many levels, and I thank the gentlelady and the chairwoman for allowing me to address these issues.
Mr. Sanford.
As my colleague just pointed out, this is an incredibly complex issue, and accordingly, I very much appreciate what Chairman Bishop and the committee has done in putting together a bill. I will say up front to my colleague from Alabama and my colleague from Colorado, I am old school on this front. Should my amendment go through, I would obviously vote for the bill. I don't know that I have to worry about voting for the bill, but that's a larger question. I think the sum of the amendment is, if you're going to have an oversight board, and if you're going to offer flexibility to folks in Puerto Rico so that their economy can become more competitive, you need to give them a full toolkit. And with due respect to my colleague, because I get it, there are different vantage points on this, I think it's problematic to offer $4.25 to kids below, or folks below the age of 25 for up to 4 years, in that it doesn't signal anything concrete to the marketplace. And if we want to change the economy of Puerto Rico, we've got to signal something concrete to the marketplace. Because if you're going to make a decision on building a hotel, it's more than a 4-year decision. If you're going to make a decision on starting a factory, it's more than a 48-month decision. So my amendment is simply to offer that discretion with regard to minimum wage to the governor in full form for folks of all ages. Why do I think that this is important? Because the former chairman of the Congressional Budget Office, Douglas Holtz Easton, has said that the single biggest thing that you could do to improve the economy of Puerto Rico would be to end the federal mandate on that front. A variety of different economists from the World Bank have said the same. It is a flexibility that's afforded to the Mariana Islands, to American Samoa and other places, and I will simply call it quits with this in the interest of time. Reengineering debt does not help you solve a debt problem at the end of the day. Reengineering is a short-term solution. The bigger question for Puerto Rico is competitiveness. I think that this amendment would move us in that direction. With that, I'd yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to talk about the Oversight Board. The language that's contained within the bill that talks about respecting the priority of bondholders over others. What my amendment would do is very simply change the word respect to comply with. During the committee consideration of the bill, I worked with Congressman Labrador to modify an earlier version of the amendment so that it might be more acceptable to him and others on the committee. I appreciate that the committee has taken some steps to protect the priority of bondholders and ensure that unions don't get to jump to the front of the line like they did in the GM bailout. My amendment is merely a clarification that lawful priorities should not merely be respected or honored or held in high regard, which is basically what all of that means, but that the oversight board should actually be forced to comply with and adhere to those priorities. You see, the word respected here, respect the priority, is really a weasel word. It doesn't require anything. It only suggests that they could take notice. Bonds that have been issued with the full faith and credit of the Puerto Rican Constitution deserve first priority. That was the promise when the bonds were issued, and if Puerto Rico is to have any credibility in credit markets going forward, that priority must be honored. To me, the anguish of the committee Democrats arguing against the amendment was very instructive. How could you possibly object to such an amendment unless it is in fact your intention to change the lawful priorities and bail out pensions while giving bondholders a bath? What about the seniors in the United States and Puerto Rico who invested in these bonds with the understanding that they were backed by the full faith and credit of the Puerto Rican Constitution? Regardless, a failure to prioritize these bonds will send a signal to the credit markets that constitutional debt can now be defaulted. There will be consequences for all states and territories. We owe it to the states and the constituents we represent to keep Puerto Rico's bad decisions from spreading and harming everyone. I urge the committee to make my amendment in order so that the full House can consider it.
Thank you. Mr. Polis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Congress moves to provide Puerto Rico with the ability to restructure its debt, I hope that we keep first and foremost giving Puerto Rico the tools it needs to grow its economy. Population growth was once the norm in Puerto Rico. The island's growth grew by 10% from 1980 to 1990, 8% from 1990 to 2000. But part of what it's experienced with the recession is 500,000 citizens left the island since 2006. Unemployment rate is a staggering 12.6%. That's why I've offered a few amendments, one that would strike exempting Puerto Rico from the updated overtime regulations, and one along with Ms. Torres striking the section creating a sub-minimum wage for individuals under age 25. Those are important because the bigger the differential is between what people can earn on the island and what people can earn on the mainland, the more people will leave the island for the mainland. And I don't know if that's a desired outcome of those who are proposing these measures, but simple economics. That's what will happen. And that's the opposite of what we need for the economy to grow in Puerto Rico, because the economy is a function of population and productivity per capita. So they're both important. And when you lose 500,000 or 1 million people and you lose more because there's more jobs on the mainland, you lose a big chunk of your economy, even if your overall productivity is increasing in terms of your ability to ultimately service those debt. Regardless of how it's restructured, we need economic growth in Puerto Rico. So I'm hopeful the body will allow the full floor consideration of those measures. I also have two bipartisan measures. A very simple one, along with my colleague Mr. Byrne and Mr. Graves, makes a minor change to an amendment that the committee adopted. We were able to pass in the committee an amendment to have a GAO report on the cause of the crisis. We feel that with all of this effort going into it, of course, we should have a report on what led to this crisis, how other territories or even states can learn from that and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. All this amendment does is set an 18-month deadline on that report. I was hoping it could have simply been done with a minor changes or a manager's amendment. But nevertheless, we're here. Mr. Byrne, Mr. Graves, and I do have an amendment. I'm fully hopeful that we will hopefully be allowed and passed. I don't think it's controversial. The other one I don't think should be controversial. We wanted to do it in committee, a bipartisan amendment. but it's outside the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee. So it was caught up in that area where, again, very important for economic development of Puerto Rico, but not able to be amended in that committee. And that relates to a hub zone amendment that I offered along with Mr. Young and Mr. Gallego. And what the hub zone does is it amends the Small Business Act to include all of Puerto Rico as a hub zone, which is a useful economic tool that relies on free market principles to allow additional resources to be deployed in hub zone areas. Essentially, there's a formula for it that already exists. Much of the island does not qualify under the hub zone. Some of it would if it were a state. Puerto Rico is very underrepresented in the hub zone program, and it's simply a way that we can expedite processing, provide some regulatory forbearance, deficit-neutral incentives to create jobs, and redevelop areas that are currently underperforming. It's a program with one near universal, very strong bipartisan support. So this simply relates to how we define the island, and certainly in terms of something we can do, we can have more hub zone certified firms that can therefore have an additional incentive, a deficit neutral incentive to create jobs on the island. So I'm hopeful that that amendment will be adopted as well, and I'm happy to yield for any questions.
Thank you very much. Does any member on our side? Mr. Byrne.
I wanted to say something to Mr. Gutierrez, my friend from Illinois. I've been to Puerto Rico, and I love the place, and the people are just wonderful people. When I came to Congress, I had not one thought in my head that I'd ever have anything to do with Puerto Rico other than to enjoy the fact that it's a wonderful place with wonderful people. And I like the idea that in 1952 Congress gave Puerto Rico home rule, and I value that. I don't want to have anything to do with Puerto Rico's home rule, except Puerto Rico's come to us and said we need some help. And apparently under Article 4, Section 3, we have a constitutional authority here. So we're being asked to do something. And I just assume do nothing. But we're being told we have to do something. And so we're doing something. And it's the best that could be worked out under the circumstances. It's been agreed upon. No one likes every bit of it. No, I can assure you there are things in here I do differently. But if it's between this and nothing, I don't think nothing's a good idea for the island, for what I'm told. Now, I was listening to what Mr. Fleming said. He makes a very good point. And if they don't follow, if the Oversight Board does not follow what Mr. Fleming said, the ramifications for Puerto Rico long term are really bad. Because who's going to buy Puerto Rican bonds in the future? Or if they buy them, they're going to be junk bonds, and the rates going to be paid on them are going to be astronomical. So, Mr. Fleming, whether your amendment is made in order or not, or whether it's adopted or not, your point is well taken. Bondholders in the future are going to look at this situation, and they're going to make the rational calculation. If bondholders are not paid in full here, we're not going to buy these bonds, or if we buy these bonds, we're going to have an enormous return to make it worth our while. Absolutely, yes, sir.
Totally agree, and thank you for your comments. But it's actually, if it came to be expressed to all states and territories, it would affect bond rates throughout the country, throughout anything we touch, in addition to Puerto Rico.
Well, if I could reclaim my time, I did ask that question to some people who operate in that market, because I'm not an expert in this, and I asked them that question, and they did not think that was the case. They thought that this would be, in the bond market, localized to Puerto Rico. That's why I was saying what I was saying. I think people are going to put Puerto Rico in a different status now in the bond market when they start making calculations about buying these bonds and what they're going to require as a return. And so I just say that because I know what you're trying to accomplish, and I just want to make sure if we don't adopt this, that we make sure the Oversight Board knows, and I assume the people on the Oversight Board will be smart enough people to figure this out. If the bondholders are not paid in full, it's going to have dramatic impact on Puerto Rico's bond status in the future. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Say that the reason why it would affect the bond market as a whole is that you can do it in Puerto Rico, you can do it in Illinois, you can do it in California. There's no reason why we can't replicate this many times over. There's a long line of states that eventually, unless they change things drastically, their pension programs are going to do the same thing, and the same thing will likely be done by Congress. And I think the bond market knows this and will begin to discount that into the rates.
Well, and that may be true. I'm far from an expert in it. I talk to people I know who are, and they don't agree with that. I will say there's a distinction between a territory and a state. Legally, constitutionally, there is. But in the minds of the people in the market, I think that there's a big distinction there. I agree with you. We've got some states in the nation that are in bad shape and could be very well coming to us and saying, help us. And the one thing I like about this bill is that we're not bailing out Puerto Rico, because that's setting a precedent too. We're not going to bail out various states in the nation. And I'll tell you, my home state has got some fiscal issues right now with Medicaid, huge fiscal issues. And I've told the people in my state, don't expect the federal government to come fix our Medicaid problem. Alabama's got to fix its Medicaid problem. But if there are these disparities that I'm hearing, I know there's some disparities with regard to Alabama on Medicaid, then that's a different situation I think we might want to do. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Burns, for the kind comments. So in 1952, the committee, the Natural Resources Committee, so if my dad had said what the Natural Resources Committee has established in 1952, he would have been jailed under our form of the Smith Act in Puerto Rico. The Natural Resources Committee says that Puerto Rico is under the territorial clause of the Constitution of the United States. Therefore, it can have really no home rule. Because under the territorial clause of the Constitution of the United States, it is property of the United States of America. The Supreme Court has established that the territories, including Puerto Rico, belong to, but are not part of, the United States of America. So therefore, the Congress can unilaterally, and the Committee on Natural Resources said that our government, the House of Representatives, has plenary powers over the people of Puerto Rico. So you really can't have, in my opinion, have home rule if another organization has plenary powers over it. And it's a little different than a state. You can treat Puerto Rico better than a state. You can treat Puerto Rico worse than a state. Actually, you can go positively or negatively. Lastly, it's just, if you look at the disparities are put in place without any U.S. senators, without any members of the House that can really have any direct. So you pay FICA taxes equal to those in Mississippi, Alabama, Illinois, but you only receive about half the money that other states receive back in terms of that. The Jones Act, for example, it's imposed on the people of Puerto Rico. Why would people of Puerto Rico that have half the per capita income of the poorest state have to subsidize the U.S. Merchant Marine to the tune of $450 million a year for the last 90 years? So when you look, now we can't, Democrats, we can't talk about the Jones Act because the unions will get upset with us. There's always seems to be somebody's going to get upset if you talk about certain issues. 2006, they eliminated 936 of the Internal Revenue Code, which afforded people of Puerto Rico. That wasn't with the consent of the people of Puerto Rico. That was unilaterally done by the Congress of the United States. My point is, there are many things that happen on the island of Puerto Rico that occur because the Congress of the United States decides that those things are going to happen without the consent of the people of Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir, I'm reclaiming my time. I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree that there's about the statement about plenary power. But that plenary power, the whole power is delegated by the Congress under that Section 2, the government of Puerto Rico. And the government of Puerto Rico made the decisions it made. And it made them because they thought that that was in the best interest of the people of Puerto Rico at the time they made them. It turned out they were wrong. And now we've got a huge problem on our hands, and it's been taken back to the Congress. And all I'm saying to you, sir, in respect to you and to everybody in Puerto Rico, I don't want to do this. I'd rather leave you alone. But I'm told I can't leave you alone because of the immensity of the problems that have been created by government decisions prior to this point. And I'm also told that because of all the negotiations that have happened here, and I just came in late in the negotiation to try to add some more things, I'm told it's either this or nothing, and I'm told that nothing could be catastrophic for Puerto Rico, and I don't want to do anything that's catastrophic to Puerto Rico. The only reason I'm interested in voting for anything here is because I'm told it will help Puerto Rico. And if you think this doesn't help Puerto Rico, then that needs to be a part of our calculus here. But I want to make sure you understand, I am told that it's this or nothing. And I hope that you will consider whether nothing is better than this. And I yield back.
Thank you.
I just want just a quick comment because it was brought up, the fact this is the issue of the bond issue. And I think how that's determined, whether it goes through this bill or others, and I'm still struggling on this issue, is the perception that Puerto Rico had gave out especially during some of the previous bond sales that have led up to this, basically not having Chapter 9 and saying, we don't have this, and now coming back in later saying, well, we're trying to fix something else. Look, there is a problem here. It's got to be fixed. I'm not sure if this is the right fix. I'm still looking at that. The issue that I'm seeing is long-term health, and Mr. Gutierrez, we've served together. This is a long-term health issue, and I think there's been great damage in the bond market done already. And that, you know, if we do anything else there that would jeopardize that, we could fix it all we want right now, but long-term, we're going to be in trouble.
Would you just yield for one moment?
I'll yield, and I'll yield back then.
Thank you. I guess here's the point that I just want to make. When we have these conversations and this dialogue, it's always the people of Puerto Rico and the decisions that they made, without taking into consideration the unilateral decisions that have helped create the crisis made here in the Congress of the United States. If the people of Puerto Rico are paying equal FICA taxes to a citizen in the United States, but they're not getting the reimbursements, as they're not, then the government of Puerto Rico is going to look for ways, including borrowing money, in order to fill the gap that the federal government. I want to go back to the Jones Act. It's pretty important. It's $450 million. So if you're Dominican Republic and you produce something, you can use a cheap vessel, the cheapest vessel from Panama to ship your goods wherever. If you're in Puerto Rico, you must use the most expensive means of shipping, which is the U.S. Merchant Marines shipping. So that's a cost to the people of Puerto Rico. And again, Section 936, just think about the different incentives that we could have for the people of Puerto Rico. We never have incentivized Puerto Rico to create jobs. We had Section 936. You know what the debate is always about? Well, how about, you know, what are we going to do with the food stamps? We have the second largest public housing authority in the United States of America is in Puerto Rico, right? Half of the children eat because of the food stamp program. I mean, just think. And now we're going to reduce or have the ability to reduce the minimum wage. How is that supposed to help people raise themselves from poverty that are already, you know, in terms of an organizational entity, half the per capita income, again, of our poorest state? I had a good friend of mine, a colleague. I said, why are you for Puerto Rican statehood? You know what he used to tell me? He said that when Puerto Rico becomes a state, Mississippi won't be the poorest state in the Union anymore. It'll be Puerto Rico. It was a joke, but unfortunately, some jokes have a great deal of painful acknowledgement to them. Thank you so much, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. All members on our side have yielded back. Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank you all for being here, and I mean, I think we're all trying to figure out what the right thing to do here is, but when I hear that it's this or nothing, I'm like, who said that? I mean, who made that rule that it's this or nothing? Who's telling us that this can't be amended, or can't be changed, or we can't improve it? Because
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield to the gentleman.
I was told the White House.
Well,
because I had an amendment I wanted to offer, and they said, no, if you offer that, it will kill the bill.
The White
It's
House,
this or nothing.
I don't have any letters.
Will you yield for an answer? Will you yield for a moment?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm hopeful that we will be allowing some of these amendments, and I'm assuming that our committee will, not all of them, but we generally do.
I haven't done it. Yeah, I'm happy.
Mr. McGovern, you have the time, but either yield or so that we can not have this free-flowing situation here, please. I'm ready to end this hearing.
Well,
okay.
I'm just, you know, I guess if the White House communicated with Mr. Byrne, they didn't communicate with me. I don't know whether the White House called you, Mr. Gutierrez, or Mr. Polis, or anybody else to say that it's this or nothing. So if you know, we as Democrats haven't been told it's this or nothing, you know, it's possible that the president would call you and not call us. But the reality is that there's some important amendments being proposed here, dealing with issues like the minimum wage, which I think that is a legitimate issue about whether or not if you allow Puerto Rico to lower the minimum wage, what does that do to the people? I mean, we could talk all we want about, you know, the financial stability and all this kind of stuff. At the end of the day, you know, there are real people who live there, and we have to make sure that people have enough to eat, have enough to be able to live a decent life and support their kids. And so I'm hoping that this is not going to be a closed rule. I'm hoping that this is going to, and to the extent it's structured, I hope that a number of these amendments, especially by Mr. Gutierrez, the ones that Mr. Polis raised as well, but Mr. Gutierrez being already decided against this bill, you know, I think we got to make sure we have a balance here, and that some of these amendments, which I think are very important, be made in order. This is the Rules Committee. I mean, we're the ones who can do this. and I hope that we will. Yeah, I'm happy to yield to the gentleman.
I mean, if I get some of my amendments approved, obviously, that's why you go through an amendment process, right? So that you can change it. I'm very thankful to the gentleman. But I just want to say, so Section 936, I put an amendment. It helped create jobs. Look, and I know Mr. Burns has been there. These are an industrious, smart people. They want to work. Let's incentivize them to work, number one. But let's also understand when Mr. Burns and others go there, the language that is spoken there is Spanish. Yes, they are American citizens.
Mr. Gutierrez, you're repeating yourself.
Well, but
You were repeating yourself.
let me just. I think some points are worth repeating. You could overrule them, I think, but this is the language. I just want to make one last point. I was on an airplane, leaving Puerto Rico, and Puerto Ricans can't sit in the exit row because you have to have a command of the English language. So they can't sit in the exit row. Yes, they cannot sit in the exit row. You can check. So they were asked to get off the plane and take the next plane because there were no other seats. Certainly, if you're going to follow exit row seats, you shouldn't impose a new control board without the people of Puerto Rico understanding what's going on in their very lives. Thank you so much for your...
I think you have some good amendments here, and I hope that they'll be made in order, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. My understanding is that we are not quite ready to vote on these rules, and so I'll ask the panel to be excused, and the committee will be adjourned until we get notification 15 minutes in advance, but no earlier than 8 p.m.
Madam Chair, can I just want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record some testimony from Alcee Hastings on the alleged branch.
Without objection.
All right.
Tom, you ready? Tom, are you ready? You have your motion?
Rules Committee will come to order, and thank you very much for rejoining us. I want to thank each of the staff members for coming back, our ability to report out the rule. I also want to thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Virginia Fox, for sitting in for me when I was gone for a while this afternoon, and we thank her very much. Chair now be received a motion from the gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 5325, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of 2017, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 of Rule 21. The rule makes an order only those amendments printed in the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment shall be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of a question. The rule waives all points of order against amendments printed in the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Finally, Section 2 of the rule provides that during the consideration of H.R. 5325, Section 3304 of the Senate concurrent resolution shall not apply, excuse me.
Thank the gentleman for his motion. I would like to go back once again and thank Virginia Fox, who was not here earlier when I said it, but thank you very much for closing out both these hearings. I appreciate it very much. Okay, Chair will now be interested in motion or discussion.
Yeah.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, first of all, let me also thank Virginia Fox for presiding over the hearing with an iron fist and keeping us.
Well, the Speaker's Chief of Staff is here. If you guys would like to jump on this issue, the Speaker's staff, I'm sure, would be interested in getting rid of me too. So.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the following amendments to H.R. 5325.
Thank you very much.
Number 12 by Representative Wasserman Schultz, which would provide for the restatement of Library of Congress's existing policy regarding certain subject headings, and number 24 by Representative Maloney, which would prohibit funds from being used to contravene the President's executive order pertaining to equal employment in the federal government contracting.
Further discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I've got questions.
Jump,
Usually the gentleman offers an amendment for a totally open rule. I noticed you picked.
If you'd like me to, I will. I don't care.
Make an amendment for a totally open rule if that's what you want.
Well, I want a lot. I'm trying to save you time. That's all.
Make your amendment.
Well, but I've offered this amendment first.
Your amendment is for a couple of amendments, but not an open rule, and I understand what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good.
Further discussion? Okay, the vote will now be on the government amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
I think we should ask for a roll call vote on that.
Gentleman, ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk over total.
2 yeas. 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee grant H.R. 5325 an open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bill on the floor.
Further discussion? The vote now be on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. I think the ayes have it.
No. The ayes do not have it. No.
I add my eye to that.
Further amendment or discussion? Does gentleman seek time?
No.
All right. We will now, we will now vote on the motion from the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have
Ayes
it.
for roll call?
The gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Aye. Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, aye. Mr. Byrne? Aye. Mr. Byrne, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis?
No.
Mr. Polis, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
The motion is agreed to, and the gentleman, Mr. Woodall, will be handling this for Republicans.
And Mr. Hastings for the Democrats.
And Judge Hastings will be handling this for Democrat. Thank you very much. The chair will now be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant H.R. 5278, PROMESA, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour general debate equally divided control by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources. Rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule makes in order as original text for purpose of amendment, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 114-57 and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against that amendment in the nature of a substitute. The rule makes in order only those further amendments printed in the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in the report. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit with or without instructions. Finally, Section 2 of the rule provides that upon passage of H.R. 5278, the House shall be considered to have, 1, stricken all after the enacting clause of S. 2328 and inserted in lieu thereof the provisions of H.R. 5278 as passed by the House, and 2, pass the Senate bill as so amended.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion of the gentleman from North Carolina. Is there amendment or discussion? Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that there were no amendments made in order by Mr. Gutierrez, and I think he came up and had some sharp disagreements with what this bill, how it's written, does. But let me offer one of his amendments, and that is I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment to H.R. 5278 by Representative Gutierrez, number 32, which would end disparities in Medicaid and Medicare funding and ensure health care parity for Puerto Rico.
Discussion? The vote will now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. I ask for roll call.
Gentleman asks for roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
2 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? One more. I do have an amendment. Gentleman's recognized.
I have an amendment which I will have in just a moment. If I can just have a moment to prepare my amendment, I'll be happy to speak to it before I have the formal measure, if that's okay. So one of the amendments, I was glad to see that Mr. Duffy's hub zone amendment was included, and I just wanted to be clear about why I was going to include in the motion the one that I co-authored with Mr. Young as well. Mr. Young was on both of them. They're actually very similar. One creates a criteria under which we estimate, or by our analysis or third-party analysis, about 80% of the island would be admissible under the hub zone. That's the Duffy Amendment we're allowing. The difference with the Young and Polis Amendment is it's the entire island. So the argument that they're making is that there are certain areas of the island that don't suffer from the same unemployment as the rest, and therefore wouldn't qualify under the hub zone. Our argument, and we think we should just advance them to the floor and let the members decide, they're both perfectly fine arguments, is that people commute. And so you might have an area that might have lower unemployment, but it's 15 minutes away, and the workers, it turns out, actually come from an area with high unemployment. We have this kind of issue on a lot of different economic development issues outside the realm of hub zones. So that's the difference between the two amendments. I do have a amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendments 18 and 24 to H.R. 5278. And if I may address the other amendment, 24, which that is list here. 24, I believe, is the minimum wage. Let me see here. Or is it overtime? Is it overtime? Okay, so 24 is, I was glad to see that the committee is making an order, one that I co-sponsored from my colleague from California, Ms. Torres, about minimum wage. Overtime is kind of the sister of that. These are both issues which I think should be considered on the floor because, again, what many of us would argue is whatever you think of the overtime rule, and I understand the majority of this House has already indicated disapproval in different forms domestically, having a difference, a delta between how we treat workers on the island of Puerto Rico and on the mainland encourages the flight of people, basic economics. So, I mean, if you're working at a restaurant, a chain restaurant, you know, this is typically who this applies to, and you're a manager, and you're earning, you know, $40,000, you know, and which is what a manager would make, and you weren't previously covered by the overtime rule, you now are, and you're working 60, 70 hours a week. You don't get that extra pay on the island. You do if you transfer to a branch of that restaurant in Florida or in Texas or in California. So just like with the minimum wage criteria, the exemption from the overtime criteria is something that could lead to additional flight from the island of, frankly, the most productive workers, because as a former business owner, I mean, who do you ask to work overtime? Who do you want to work overtime? It's usually your best workers. You know, it's your manager, it's your best people. So however you treat it, it should be the same on the island and the mainland. So that is my motion, and I hope the committee makes the necessary waivers for Amendment 18 and 24, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Discussion. Seeing none, the vote will now be on the proposed amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
2 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to, not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Asked recognition for the purposes of announcement.
Gentleman's recognized.
Committee needs to know that the first team that ever placed in the Final Four in football and in basketball in the same year, University of Oklahoma Sooners, and the first team that ever won the National Gymnastics Championship, which it did this year for both men and women, just won the Women's World Series tonight, beating our great friends, and fierce competitors from Auburn University, 2-1. Tonight, they had won 31 straight games. Auburn broke that streak last night. We won 2-1 tonight. I just thought the committee would want to know that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to the University of Oklahoma. We will now move forward.
We come to play, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to inquire if the gentleman, the ranking member, has a SAP that traditionally is brought forward at this time.
I don't have one.
Representing the administrative policy.
I don't have one.
From the office. Okay, so we.
I know it'll confuse you, but you can make your own mind up.
And that we will. Well, The reason why I say this is one of the reasons, the primary reasons why there was a delay this evening is I believe that the White House tried to work through a number of issues on this bill and with the Senate and with the House Speaker's office, and I felt like that we might see something here. We don't, but we're moving forward. Thank you very much. Okay, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, Mrs. Fox. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Ayes have it, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the gentleman, Mr. Byrne, from Alabama, will be handling this for Republicans.
And Mr. Hastings.
And Judge Hastings will be for Democrats. Okay, I want to thank our staff for the work that went into this product, and I think that we are through with our work for the week. Thank you very much.